2 minutes to the deadline. One minute to the deadline. Seconds. Seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
It's the best of the best, the cream of the crop, the granddaddy of them all. This is the 2022 DBNI Championship game. Today's Super 7 features 6 tournament winners and 2 regular season league championships from an entire year of Diplomacy's best competition. After defeating 21 of the top players from the 2021 season last weekend, these 7 stars are ready to go to the game board to show who will win the Calamar Cup and become the 2022 DBN Diplomat of the Year. Grab your popcorn and fasten your seatbelts because it's time for the 2022 DBN Invitational Championship to begin. All right. Well, good evening and welcome everyone to Gameday Live. I am Brian Preamble. I am one of the co-founders of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. I am honored to be your host for tonight's championship broadcast. For tonight's pregame coverage, I'm joined by the host of Deadline News and 2-time North American Diplomacy Championship winner, David Hood. I am joined by DBN's senior producer and longtime member of Chicago's Windy City Weasels Diplomacy Club, Kevin O'Kelly. I'm joined by the president of the North American Diplomacy Federation, Siobhan Nolan. And I'm joined by my fellow DBN co-founder and 2021 Hobbyist of the Year, Zachary Moore. I'm so excited right now. I've got goosebumps. Who else is ready for this game?
Yes, it's going to be so good.
And I would like to thank each of you for watching the Gameday Live's coverage of the 2022 DBN Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational Grand Final, particularly to those of you watching us live on YouTube and Twitch channels and participating in Dip Chat during today's broadcast. The diplomacy community celebrates dastardly deeds, but we're one of the most supportive communities I've ever had the opportunity to be a part of. Dip Chat is one of my favorite parts of these broadcasts, and without it, DBN and Gameday Live would not be the same without it. David, this is the DBN Invitational. Could you just kind of introduce this to those who may be joining our broadcast for the first time?
Yes, DBN, of course, stands for Diplomacy Broadcast Network. And this is the second year that we have done an invitational virtual face-to-face tournament here in February. This was a brainchild of the DBN co-founders. The idea here is to tie together the events and the successes that players have over the diplomacy season and invite them all to a showdown here in February. And we're talking about inviting players not just from one mode of play in diplomacy, but from all three major modes of play. So face-to-face tournaments, extended deadline online play, and what we now call virtual face-to-face, something that got invented during the pandemic. So they all come here or the ones that qualify come here for a showdown with the top 28 players then being narrowed down to 7. And the Super 7, is what we're looking at in this broadcast. So the way that you qualify for the DBNI is two ways. There's automatic bids for people that win tournaments or leagues of sufficient size. They get an automatic bid to this event. And the remainder of the 28 slots are filled by a point system, which you get points by placing well at all of your events during the season. We've got up here now the first half of the DBNI season from 2021, starting in March of last year with the French language virtual diplomacy tournament. That's what the CDFV is. And then going into PoppyCon, which was a face-to-face tournament in Australia. And then the whipping tournament, which was virtual this year because of the pandemic from California. The Carnage event, which was created for virtual play. Carnage is a face-to-face event in Vermont. We've got the Carnage event that took place in early May virtually. Then we had my tournament, DixieCon, which we had to do virtual again. That's a tournament that is run in North Carolina face-to-face for the last 35 years. Boston Massacre, of course, strangely enough, in Boston. Usually a face-to-face event, but this year was also held virtually. And then we had another new event, the Summer Classic from the VWDC Discord server folks. They were hosting that as specifically a virtual tournament. Nexus Season 6, which is the next one you see on the screen there, is an extended deadline tournament through the Nexus server. And for those that don't understand what all that means, these are people that play online games. Not live, but games with an online environment that take, weeks, whatever, to play. Nexus allows people from all the major diplomacy websites and apps to play together in the same tournament. That's what the Nexus Season 6 was. EDC is the European Diplomacy Championship. That's been held for decades in different locations throughout Europe. That's a face-to-face event, which, again, this year I think was actually held face-to-face in Italy. Going into the second half of the season, Weasel Mooch, Chicago's own tournament that's usually face-to-face, but again, was held virtually this year. Carnage actually was the return of many of North American players to face-to-face play in November. That was also the North American Championship this year. That's Carnage in Vermont, which again is a tournament that's been going on for many years. The CDF was the face-to-face French language championship. It was also held about the same time as Carnage was. The Tour of Britain is our first league entry here from the virtual world. The Tour of Britain was 4 weekends in 2021, culminating in the last weekend in November, crowning the head of state for Britain, which in this case was Saren Kwok. So the Nexus Press League, that's another league from the Nexus server, in this case, one that was a full press tournament, extended deadline. Then you got the VDC, the Virtual Diplomacy Championship, which is co-equal world championship along with World DibCon for face-to-face, and the ODC for online play. So the VDC coming in virtually this year for the first time as an actual championship. Then you got the LDFV in January, which is a French language league. So that's another league championship entry into this. And then the Virtual Diplomacy League, the second year of the VDL, was also finished up in January. You see Nicolas Taillet, who won the top board of that tournament. The regular season champ of that tournament, Brandon Fogel, also had an automatic bid into the DBNI, and you'll see how he did when we talk about the Super 7. And then the last event of the DBNI season, Cascadia, which again is usually face-to-face, in Vancouver, British Columbia, this year was held virtually. And we had Tommy, Tombstone, Tornado, two-timing Anderson winning that last event. It was quite a voyage from the beginning of that to the end. It's been an exciting season. And this will, I'm sure, will be an exciting capstone to that season.
David, I think my favorite thing about all of this is the diversity of our competitions. We've got a mix from every major format that Diplomacy has played today. And as we'll talk about in a minute, we had excellent representation from everyone, from all formats and from all countries. If we take a look now, we can see throughout the 2021 DBNI season, there were 352 players, 310 games from 5 continents, 23 countries. And if you add up and estimate the average game length, that represents over 93,000 hours of Diplomacy for our competitors to make it to the top 28, to make it into the DBNI itself. And then you can also see what percent, how the games ended. So our players, you have 52% surviving, 28% were eliminated. We've got 9% with a shared top, 93% with a lone top, and just under 1% of those 310 games ended in a solo. And then if we take a look at our power stats, we can see that throughout the 2021 season, play was pretty balanced overall. We do have a couple of powers that topped a little bit less than others, a few that were surprising to me personally. And this is a change from what we saw in the 2020 season. We definitely saw some shifts in the meta. Overall, though, does anything stand out, or did anything stand out from what we saw from these powers in the 2021 season meta?
Well, I'll just say one quick thing before I turn it over to my other folks here on the broadcast. I think the Germany low rating for Germany was a surprise this year. It certainly is not consistent with past experience throughout the history of the Diplomacy hobby, and was not consistent with last year's results. So I find that particularly striking.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. That stood out to me right away when I first saw this, David. And the other one is Italy's low ranking, because Italy has been on a rise and doing very, very well for the last few years in the hobby. And so maybe we're seeing an end to that finally. And I found that really interesting.
Well, it is time now for us to talk about our semifinals. Siobhan, why don't you go ahead and introduce the format and talk about the DBNI itself?
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you, David, for that excellent sum up of the run up to the DBNI. It really is such a meteoric event for any player who can get into it. So across the whole season, you've got people who win tournaments, leagues, who get their automatic bids into this event. It's 28 players. Last weekend, we had our semifinals, which were, I believe, 4 total rounds. And I guess that would be 8 boards total, if I have the number right. And they all came together to fight it out for their spot in the Super 7. And as we'll see in a minute with some amazing videos from Marcus that'll sum up what happened last weekend, we really did get the best of the best, not just from all over the world, which I, always surprised to see just how diverse Diplomacy has come geographically, but also from all kinds of places to play Diplomacy. We talk about extended deadline, players who've been in the face-to-face hobby for years, virtual face-to-face, which has come about very recently due to the pandemic. And also what I was really struck by, and I don't have the stats on this, is it's really such a range of new players and old players. A lot of times, kind of historically, you'll see the players that have been around for years, the names that we know very well, always kind of coming back, and we see them over and over. But this time there were a lot of people that I wasn't as familiar with, which made for some really interesting play and very dynamic games.
Well, let's take a look now. We've got a preview video from Zachary Moore that kind of tells the story of this diverse set of players and how they made it into the top 28. And then after that, we'll dig into what events happened as well. So let's take a look at this now.
Frankly, as being the most likable personality since Eddie Brisson. Is he the kind of guy who's who's going to really just put the pedal to the metal here and say, I'm going for those dots, and those dots are going to be mine, because that's the way to do it.
I'm prepared to have a target on my back.
Go destroy your enemy, then decide what you're going to do, and hopefully you're going to come out on top.
Jason likes to top the board, so he might make a play for it.
Katie is dropping into the Black Sea in Armenia, trying to mop up what is left of Ben Kelman.
Hope is the most dangerous drug in diplomacy.
So a lot of parallels for me between Nicola and Farron Jane.
Saren's being very tight-lipped with Farron, which makes Farron quite suspicious about things, but there's not a whole lot she can do.
Is Ed worried? Is he not worried? I don't really know.
Farron seems to find a way to win.
And that's a big lesson, is to never write off Brandon Fogel. My God.
And if anyone has a chance for a solo here, it's Katie.
Nicola really is very stabby, I will say.
Absolute demonstration of why Saren is that number one player.
It was a diplomatic coup on the part of Brandon.
Ed is going to take every single dot Vincent is willing to offer. So once again, good to be Farron.
So now the question is, how big will Jason get?
Nicola is trying to support Saren anywhere but near his units.
So he had worked out like a full plan for me and we had agreed on it, but I didn't do it.
If Brandon orchestrated this is just incredible.
Brandon says, oh, whoops, I'm going the other direction, and did I wind up in these 3 dots? My bad. Yeah, this is a stellar turn for Farron.
Jason was the Cinderella story of the 2021 DBNI.
I've been really startled and kind of surprised by the success I've had in this hobby.
Jason's in a fantastic position.
Katie's no stranger, is very well known in the web diplomacy hobby as one of the top players.
All enemy units next to Saren just walked away from Saren.
Everyone went away.
I only hope that their friendship is not ending tonight.
So it was a journey and a struggle to make it to the top 28. Our players did do that. Let's take a look at what happened in the top 28 itself during our 8 rounds of semifinals.
In round 1, game 1, Evan Swihart got off to a fantastic start as France, bringing defending champion Peter McNamara down to just 3 supply centres early in the game. Peter managed to stage a pretty incredible comeback, but the real story of this board was the Austria-Turkey alliance in the east, run by Casey Gray and Farron Jane. The West managed to stalemate them just in time, but Farron Jane still came out of this game with a big board top and 100 points. Round 1, Game 2 is again the story of an organised East against a disorganised West. Jason Massbaum and Timothy Crosby dominated this board with their Austria-Turkey alliance, as the Western players failed to rally any kind of defence and actually actively worked with the Italian against one another. Tim was the commentator's favourite to win for quite some time, but after spreading his units thin to take St. Petersburg and leaving Venice undefended for just 1 turn, Jason saw his chance and stabbed for a huge 16 centre board top. He stopped just short of a solo, but the 160 point score was still more than enough to place him at the top of the leaderboard. Round 2, Game 3 began with a chaotic East, something Russ Dennis in Italy was able to leverage to an early lead. With Nicolas Tallet in England quickly jumping from alliance to alliance, it looked like the West was once again disorganised, but some skilled negotiation brought them together to form a Western triple to counter the threat. After years of slow progress against Christian Brown's Russia, but absolutely no progress against Russ's Italy, Sahuge made an attempt to attack Germany, an attempt which Robert Schupper successfully defended against. The game was then drawn, with Russ taking the board top. Round 2, Game 4 rounds out our early round coverage by being a very different kind of game. While Ruben Sanchez on France took the lead in the West and was easily the commentator's favourite for the board top, a rare Russia-Austria-Turkey alliance, including the number 1 seed Saren Kwok, formed and exhibited incredible trust, even moving through one another's supply centres to dismantle West Ketchum's Italy at a record pace. However, when a misorder from Johnny Gillam's Russia cost Saren Tunis, the R was quickly dropped from the RAT and replaced by Germany, with Saren Ed Sullivan, and Riaz Varani, forcing Rubens France back to just one supply center, and ending on a joint 11-center board top. Round 3 got off to a poor start for defending champion Peter McNamara as he drew Turkey and immediately got attacked by Italy, Austria and Russia. While he fought for survival in the East, the West was a story we've seen many times before, with the Western Triple Alliance soon becoming an England-France alliance after Karthik Konath and Farron Jane pulled off a brutal stab on Timothy Crosby's Germany. With the Western threat crossing the line, Peter was able to get back into the game when the other three powers were forced to turn around, but not quite enough to reach the board top, which Farron gave to Karthik after a prolonged stalemate between the East and the West. Game 2 saw a much more fluid alliance structure as the West saw a coordinated attack on Matt Krill's France, which he successfully repelled with Italian assistance, forcing Riaz Varani's England to stab Germany in order to take the lead. However, with Brandon Vogel's Italy running amok in the south after the successful stab and elimination of Austria, even a late-blooming alliance between England and France was not enough to prevent his board top, securing his place in the final. Jason Massbaum, who played Austria, scored 0 here, but his huge result in the earlier round was enough to keep his spot in the Super 7 regardless. Our final semi-final round began with the ruthless elimination of 2021 Virtual Diplomacy champion Nicolas Sahuguet, with even Germany helping to dismantle his Austria. Unfortunately for Ruben Sanchez, who played Germany, the reason he took Austrian homeland was that he was being driven out of his by Vincent Roulet and Ed Sullivan, who remained in a strong alliance for the rest of the game. Michalis Camariti's Italy and Katie Gray's Russia successfully stalemated them, but rather than have the game ending there, both Katie and Ed convinced their allies to gift them centres to give them a shot at reaching the final board, with Katie eventually taking the sole board top. Ed's result placed him just 0.8 points ahead of Karthik Konath, getting into the final by an incredibly narrow margin. And finally, round 4 game 2 was out of this world. It's seriously hard to summarise this game in the time I've got. All 4 players in the East needed a strong board top to qualify, and everyone was going all out, meaning alliances there would last a single turn before players would turn around and align with someone else. The West saw a rather more straightforward opening of number 1 seed Saran Kwok's France being dismantled by all her neighbours, but after supply centres in order to fight a very strong German, growing incredibly slowly but steadily until she finally reached 5 supply centres for the first time in 1912. West Ketchum's Russia eventually won out to become the dominant power in the chaotic East, but he saw the entire board unite against him as a result, and a late-blooming alliance between Seren and Nicolas Taillet's Germany managed to push him back to the point where they both guaranteed their spots in the final instead.
Siobhan, tell us, what are your thoughts?
I mean, first off, I want to say a huge thank you to Marcus, who's put a lot of effort into making these recap videos for us, which have been really, really well received, not just by us here at DBN, but by the community. And especially because I was on that broadcast last Sunday, that marathon game at the end that lasted an epic, 23 game years before it was finally called. It was a long day, and he was hosting for all of it and just did stellar work. So thank you for that. But as for the games themselves and the semifinals, this is exactly the kind of caliber of play I would expect from a crop of players like this. You saw some really strong early results from players like Farron Jane and Jason Massbaum. Jason pretty much secured his spot in the finals right off the bat. And then that 3-way alliance that happened between Ed Sullivan and Saran Kwok and Riaz Varani really actually played an interesting role in getting Ed to the top board in the end, and by a mere 0.8 points over Karthik Konath. So a lot of excitement at the end there as Ed squeaked out to win and get into the 7th spot. And then the second round, as exciting as you'd expect, with a whole crop of players in the middle who really wanted to make a big splash and, you know, secure the kind of score that they needed. Saw big results from Brandon Fogel, from Ed and Katie Gray again. And then just ending with that chaos of a board where the supply center chart looked like a seismograph. I mean, I have earthquakes out here in California, but I don't think I've ever seen anything quite as exciting as that. So I'm really excited to see what comes out of it. The top 7 that we have are from all over the place. We have 2 face-to-face players with Brandon Fogel and Jason Massbaum, 2 extended deadline with, I believe that is Katie Gray and Ed Sullivan. And then the 3 remaining are virtual face-to-face players. So I'll be really excited to see how that dynamic plays out.
Well, thank you for that summary. I saw the games. I was shocked. I shouldn't have been, but I was shocked at the diversity of the types of games that we saw. We had everything in this year's DBNI. We had just some fantastic classic beat your opponent kind of games. We had deal making. We had people racing to throw their allies dots because someone made them mad. Like we had the emotion, we had the tactics, we had the negotiations. We had it all in this event. It was amazing.
We also had the very close finish for the last slot, the 7th slot between Karthik Konath, who came in 8th, and Ed Sullivan, who came in 7th, which I found particularly fun considering they're friends. They're both Texas Longhorns, and Karthik edged Sullivan in May for the DixieCon championship by a hair. And so now he's been paid back.
Yeah, we've got
turnabout is fair play.
A little bit of a budding rivalry there. We're going to see with whether or not some of those, how would I say it? There were choices that were made during the semifinals to help players reach the finals. And now the players are facing a jury of their peers having to compete against some of those same players that were stabbed or deals were made to make it to that top board. Now we're going to have to see how those decisions from earlier in the DBNI and throughout the season will affect this game. This is the DBNI championship game. This is our top board. The winner of this event will win the 2021 season, will be the 2022 DBN Invitational champion, will win the Calamar Cup, and be the Diplomat of the Year. This is a winner-takes-all event, and the basic format is that the players, based off their seed order, will introduce the Paris. They will pick their player or their words. They will pick their power based off a selection or draft mechanism called the Paris method. David, why don't you talk to us about the Paris method? How does it work? And then Siobhan, let's hear some of your strategies, and then Zach will hear from you as well.
Strangely enough, the Paris method was started in Paris a couple of decades ago by the French hobby. So the way it works, it's basically got 2 steps in it. Based on your seed order coming into the event, you first choose the place in which you want to make your power choice. So there are people that with the high seed can choose high or they can choose low, because the second step is actually choosing the power you're going to play based upon the order of choice that you have chosen in the first step. And the most important aspect of the, well, not the most, a last important aspect of it is that whoever has the last choice actually has the tiebreaker. If you're tied at the end of the game with somebody else, it's the person that had the least choice of power that wins the tie for the championship.
And Siobhan and Zach.
Yeah, thank you, David. You know, for me, the Paris method is always really fun to watch. There are a lot of strategies going into it that you'll see players employ. And the people that I really like to watch the most are the top seeded. So probably the top 3 that are seeded will have the most interesting choice of all, because people like Ed just come in, they put their name down, and everyone else chooses around them. But people like Katie Gray and Brandon Fogel, who are pretty high up there, when they're choosing later in the pecking order, they can choose to just choose first, pick a powerful country that they play well, or they can choose to choose after a few players and decide to see how the board dynamic starts to shake up.
Yeah, and people like to kind of brush over the fact, the tie-breaking aspect of the Paris method. Not a lot of people pay attention to that if you pick 7th, you win every tiebreaker. If you pick 1st, you lose every tiebreaker, because you think there's no way this is going to tie. I have seen it. The Minnesota Diplomacy Club, our one and only championship game, ended on a tie broken with the Paris method tiebreaker. So something that players should keep in mind, but will they? I don't know.
Yeah, we also saw that at the 2020 Virtual Diplomacy Classic, or Championship. Morgante Pell ended up winning based off of that tiebreaker with his 7th turkey, I believe. So it's absolutely something players need to be mindful of. So, well, with that, do we have predictions? Who do we think? I think Katie Gray is first. David, I'm going to go to you. What does Katie pick? What order and what power do you think?
She's going to pick as high as she can, I predict. And I suspect that means she's going to take like France, or one of the countries that is traditionally strong on the top board.
Yeah. And Siobhan, is there anyone that you think is going to make a surprising move and perhaps pick one of the powers that was not performing as well from our statistics that we saw earlier?
Personally, I think we could see a surprise from Jason Mastbaum. He's been a very strong player, especially over the last year, but he's made a lot of surprising choices that on the broadcast we've questioned, and then he's proved us wrong a lot. So I'll be looking out for that.
And Zach, someone in this group is going to make a move that's going to shock everyone. What are you hoping to see with your picks?
What I want to see on this pick, I think with this group, this many eclectic players on the board, somebody is going to pick Turkey. I don't think Turkey's going to fall to 7. I think somebody's going to make the conscious decision to play in the corner.
And any predictions on who that might be?
It just, my mind goes straight to Saren. I just think she loves to do things and anything to make herself appear weak, Saren will do.
All right. Well, it is time for our power selection. Earlier in the day, Kevin O'Kelly met with Zach. I believe you were there as well. And we are going to watch the players draft their powers right now.
Hello and welcome to the 2022 DBN Invitational Top Board. I will be GMing this game. My name is Zachary Moore, and bringing on your competitors, starting with the 7th seed, Ed Sullivan, your 6th seed, Saren Kwok, number 5, Farron Jane, in 4th, Jason Mastbaum, our 3 seed, Brandon Fogel, number 2, Nicolas Taillet, and your number 1 seed, Katie Gray. Welcome, everybody. Congratulations on your exceptional performance all year and last weekend in particular. We are going to bring on the Paris method selection apparatus onto the screen. And then, Ed, you can go ahead and tell us where in that blank void you would like your name.
I'll pick first, and I'll pick France.
Sarah?
I'll pick before Ed, thanks.
Farron?
I will also pick first.
Jason?
I will pick before Farron.
Brandon? Brandon, did you say something into a muted mic? I think you might have.
I will pick before Jason, is what I said before.
Nicolas?
I will pick before Brendan.
And Katie.
I would like to pick first, please.
Fantastic. Well, Katie, go ahead and pick first then.
I will play France.
I think that's taken. I did call it.
Nicola?
Well, if you're going to be that way, Katie, it's fine. But
I don't think we call blitz on the shotgun.
Nicola?
I am going to take Germany.
Germany for Nicola. And Brandon?
Huh. You know, I had thought of pulling a David Hood here and just picking out of a hat, but I did not prepare the hat. I am going to play England.
Jason?
This is not what I expected. I'll take Russia.
Farron?
Italy.
Saren?
This is not what I'd expected either. I'll take Austria.
Ed, do you want to say it or should I?
it was exactly what I expected. There are no surprises here. I proudly select Turkey.
Ed will provisionally select Turkey, and that is your power assignments for the top board. Congratulations once again, everybody. We're going to get you to the game in just a second after your interviews. But first, if you would like to shake hands virtually, wish each other good luck, bad luck, or loss of limb or life, go ahead and do that now.
Have fun, everybody.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck, everyone. Good luck,
everyone. We'll send it back to the broadcast.
Well, they draft in seed order, and big surprise to me, Zach Moore. I asked for your prediction, and you were in the room when it happened. So that's one mark on me today. But that's kind of setting up some when we get to our future predictions, kind of a trend here. But we'll come to that in a minute. I'm going to start with you, Kevin. We've got some lack of movement, which surprised me a little bit from the order, but the power selection, there was a little bit of drama in there. What was your take? Oh,
oops, I'm muted. How am I muted?
You're not anymore.
There we go. I got a lot of background info for those who didn't watch the interview show that we just had. Kind of off script, a lot of players were sharing how they were thinking. Katie said she was going to pick first and going to pick France. Nicola, and I don't remember if it was pre-game this game or if it was in the semifinals, he said he hated being stuck in a corner. It's boring. So I thought he was going to pick elsewhere, anything but England. He specifically called out England when he was talking about it in the semis. And when I talked to Brandon was under the assumption EF were already going to be gone. And so that's why Brandon had the biggest shock on his face. And when he flipped, Jason was under the impression that that Germany would be open. And he didn't want to pick next to Katie and Farron because of their strong alliances. And so that threw him off. And then I think it just barreled down from there. And I don't think Ed had any expectation other than he was going to be Turkey. So it was great to be in the background watching that because I expected the shock and awe from the players. But it played out exactly as everyone told me in the interviews.
Zach, what stood out to you with that selection?
I think the fact that everybody went, in order 1 through 7, that was a shock. I thought somebody was going to break that mold. It's the first time that I've run a Paris method and haven't seen that broken. Usually somebody wants to do something clever or wait and see, but they just they had their power in mind and they wanted to get it.
Siobhan, you feel like anybody has an advantage, an early advantage just coming out of the draft?
I think there's potential for some really strong alliances from players that I know can run alliances very, very well. I'll be looking at Katie Gray and Brandon Fogel in specific. And if that does happen, I'll be interested to see if Brandon can resist the chance to stab and pull it to end game. The East is just going to be, I don't know what to expect there. There's so much potential, but, you know, everyone's a strong player and it could go any way.
And David, oftentimes when you get to this kind of level, people are more concerned with their neighbors, the people, than the powers that they're playing. Is there anything from the selection that kind of gives you some insight into what any of our players may be thinking about who their neighbors are?
I think Brandon's choice was probably neighbor driven more than anything else. And Nikolai's choice was not based on, I mean, he just wanted to play Germany. Good for him. Forget about what other people think. You play what you want to play. Don't worry about it. But I think Brandon was more interested, given that choice, whether he wanted to go ahead and fill out the East and have those be his neighbors. I'm sorry, the West, or those be his neighbors, or to go to the East where he wouldn't know exactly who was where. And I think that's why Brandon made the choice that Brandon made. I think in other situations, we might have seen Brandon with different personalities on the board take Italy in that situation, as I think he has done before.
Mm-hmm.
But it was interesting that he took England, and it made sense to me. The thing that really is interesting to me, two quick things. One is, are people going to expect Saren and Ed to ally because they had such a strong alliance in that one game during the semis? That would be an AT alliance. And the second thing is, Brandon and Nikolai don't have exactly the same game, but they have similar games. Their games are cousins. So it'll be interesting to see how that interplays with Katie, who's really not that kind of sort of back and forth, a little more calculating or opportunistic player. We'll see how that shakes out in the West, but I'm going to see that. I think I'm going to find that dynamic fascinating.
Well, throughout the or before the DBNI began, there was a bracket, Kevin, that you put together. You want to kind of introduce that bracket, and we're going to give Siobhan and David a break while Kevin explains the bracket, and then we'll kind of come back to some predictions after that.
Yeah, we had a make sure we get this right here, and I'll put you guys down on the bottom, and particularly in this order. We had a lot of fun last year between Countdown and the rivalry between you two fine gents. It kind of built it up. Brandon ran it last year and just kind of sent not an informal poll, but asked who players were thinking about, pick the top board, and we talked about it on stream and the dip chat. Really picked it up. We even had some comments on how better to do the system. So this invitation player picks is a kind of the genesis of a lot of interaction from the community. So we offered it to the community this year, and we'll see. Maybe the winner might be able to come on stream, not tonight because we don't know who the winner is yet, but next year's invitational to run this, because as you'll see in a minute, I think the non-DBN did better than the DBN. So we asked for accuracy to get to the top board, and we obviously asked for the winner. So if we move along, we don't see either of your two names up here. The reason why Zach's name is not up here is because he and I have the same winning pick of Brandon Fogel. Brian went with some underdogs. So win or lose, sadly, it was a lose though. So Tanya picked the best. Had some great picks, but as she mentioned, I think on the broadcast last week, her hopes lived and died with Nikolai and Matthew Krill. I rode Brandon, my Weasel and DBN counterpart, to the best position to win. But anyone on this list could win. The biggest thing to note is Chris Brand. Chris Brand had, Zach must be getting a drop vote, hopefully. Chris Brand picked Katie Gray and had her in the number 1 seed. So 7 points right off the bat, and picked her to win. So certainly a good chance to win. My favorite parts of it are Ed Sullivan picking Ed Sullivan to win, and Saren picking herself and only herself to make the top board. So confident pickers certainly going in. We get to the player pool. Johnny Gillum had the most points coming into out of all picks, and has Brandon Fogel to win. So even if Brandon wins, there you go, Zach. Even if Brandon wins, I do not retain my title as player pick champion. So Johnny, congrats on the great picks. We include Evan and Steven as being the second and third out of the community pool. Evan has no chance of winning, but he will finish second overall if Brandon does win. And while Steven did pick Peter to win and can't move up from here anymore, he's still finished third. Sabi and McCarlis both have a chance to win overall. Sabi has more points than Saren does, and no one else picked Farron to win. So we've got a lot of people watching the broadcast thinking they're going to be the champion picker. Zach, talk some trash now.
Yeah, that's nice for all of them that think they're going to be the championship picker. I think, what are there, seven of us on DBN that picked, or it must have been 8 because Brian finished dead last and he's perfectly comfortable in 8th place, both in diplomacy tournament play and in everything else he does. I was well above Brian, which is why you see me above Brian visually represented on the screen right now with what must have been 1,000 points. I don't know. Kevin couldn't fit my total on the screen. But unfortunately, Kevin, who ran the tournament, somehow ended up with the same pick as me. You wonder if there was some inside trading there, but so it goes. I guess I'm eliminated.
Well, Zach, I chose the way that I did intentionally because I had such a dominant performance on my picks all year long in Countdown. I had to let off the gas a little bit because I really wanted you to come back and have an interesting story for next year when we do our Countdown show. So in the spirit of your picks throughout all of Countdown, I just randomly picked a few people, and a couple of them made it. Most of them did not. I did not randomly pick my top. My top pick was Riaz Varani, who was very, very close to making it. I also intentionally picked Greg, as I thought that Greg was a very, very talented player coming in from the extended deadline. I knew that one was a reach because doesn't have as much experience playing in the virtual format, but I thought perhaps there was a shot. But mostly, I just wanted to make sure that if I picked, it would be because the unexpected happened, because I had to make sure that you weren't too heartbroken and didn't have consistent losing all season long.
That's very thoughtful, Brian. And if you were following my season-long pattern, I can only assume that means you picked Christopher Ward to make the top board, despite not making the tournament at all. He was my week-after-week pick that never came through.
All right. Well, we're going to bring our other our other analysts back on. Siobhan, welcome back. And David, welcome back. We're going to run through our predictions. I do not want us to adjust our predictions now that we've seen the results, especially for those of us that are going to be covering the broadcast. However, for those in the audience, this would be an excellent time for you to go ahead and put down your predictions. We'll save that chat. You'll have everyone will be able to go back and see your picks. So you'll have bragging rights or not. But for those of us on air right now, Zach, starting with you, you picked Brandon as your top pick. Kevin picked Brandon. Siobhan and David, who were your picks?
Coming in ahead of the semifinals, I believe my top pick was Nicolas Sahuguet, and the rest were just darts thrown at the board.
Siobhan and I sharing a similar strategy. And David?
This would be the time for me to admit that I do not remember who I picked.
I can pull that up for you, David. Let's see.
I literally do not remember. which makes me think that I don't want to remember.
Matthew Krill, and Matthew was the most popular pick of the DBN crew to make it to the Super 7, disappointing all but 3 brackets.
So that's why I don't remember that I picked Matt.
Yep, and with Zach and I, the most popular pick to make it to the Super 7 in total was Brandon Fogel. So a lot of people have a chance to celebrate that tonight.
All right. Well, I would like to thank Kevin and Zach for joining our pregame coverage. This will pretty much conclude our pregame segment. Means it is just about time for us to get to the game. Zach, thank you so much. You are GM for this DBNI tournament. It would not exist without you. Appreciate everything that you've done and all of your videos that you put together for us. Kevin, you've been working tirelessly behind the scenes, editing videos, helping produce this show, and you're going to be helping us produce behind the scenes throughout this broadcast. Would not be able to have this broadcast without the help that you've done. So just want to thank both of you for your help and say goodbye.
Goodbye.
And with that, let's set up the big game.
Of all that time, every negotiation, every step, over 93,000 hours proving that you deserve to win. Every bump in the road, every moment of ecstasy, every moment of self-doubt. An entire season wondering, is it all worth it? It's the top 7 players playing in one final game. After 318 games, the season has reached its end. You can forget those other games because it's this game that will create a legend. This is the big time.
This has been an entire season that has been building up to this game, to this moment.
We've seen some games where players are very happy to just kind of give up some points for their ally to get some points and play very nice with each other. This is the opposite side of that spectrum.
You gotta be thinking, I really want that place myself.
Every single player on this board wants to win. Welcome everyone to the 2022 Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational Championship game. I'm your host, Brian Preamble, and I am joined in the virtual studio with Siobhan Nolan, president of the North American Diplomacy Federation and 2-time North American Diplomacy Federation champion, David Hood. Welcome. Thank you for joining me. It is time for us to go ahead and get to our broadcast. We just wrapped up our pregame coverage. David, today's game is named after the man who invented diplomacy, Alan Calamer. Could you introduce Alan to our viewers?
Of course, I was Mike. I was muted. Alan Calamer invented this game because he was in a class about international relations back in the 50s when he was at Harvard and decided that he was going to take a lesson that he learned from that class about lack of diplomatic flexibility in what caused World War I to create a board game to help teach people about diplomatic flexibility and flexibility in general about your decision making. And that's how he created Diplomacy. It was intended to be a game with 7 players, which it is, in which the goal of the game is, yes, to win, but also to prevent other people from getting too powerful. And so he created the game for that balance of power aspect back in the 50s. He had some play testers do it. He made some changes to the game, significant changes to the game, and then it was released in 1959. And Alan was sort of a meek and very humble person. And so when those of us that have played with him, and I played with him a couple of times way back in the day, he was always very surprised and very taken by how much we loved his game. And we do, and we loved Alan Callhammer, who actually passed away about 8 or 9 years ago. And we honor his name in the name of this game today, and also in the name of the award which will be given to the winner here, the Callhammer Cup.
Thank you, David. Alan has had such a impact on so many of us in this hobby. I know that I grew up playing this game as a family. It brought my family together. People always talk about it being the game that ends friendships, and I'm sure that may be true for some, but in most cases, I would say some of my best friends have been through this game. There's something about a shared struggle, this negotiation, and a respect for someone who can compete in this game that makes this such a special thing. Siobhan, what is it about diplomacy that you keep coming back for?
I have played a lot of board games. I grew up in a house that was full of board games, and I found diplomacy a little over 20 years ago now. And it's so unique, just the balance of the board. I don't think I've ever seen a more perfectly designed and balanced board game like this. And the lack of any kind of chance, there's no dice, there's no cards. It's all just about your ability to push the pieces tactically, but also to work together with other people, which is both my favorite part of the game and the most frustrating part of it sometimes. And I say about once a year that I'm going to walk away from this game because something really frustrating happened on a board. And then, I just keep coming back 20 years later.
I will share a quick story. I'm actually at a board games event right now. That's where I'm broadcasting from. I was telling one of my board game buddies earlier today what I was going to do tonight. And he said, diplomacy? How could you possibly like a game that's about destroying relationships? And I said, clearly, you have not played it enough. It's exactly the opposite. It's about establishing relationships. Now, it doesn't mean you don't backstab. I'm not saying that doesn't happen in this game. But diplomacy is a game in which you relate. It's actually relationship building. And not just on the board, off the board as well. It's why if you haven't tried this game, you've heard something about it that you thought was negative. It's not for everybody, but it's a great game.
Absolutely. Well, managing those relationships will be a key to several of these players' victory in particular. Siobhan, David, I asked you each to come up with a couple of keys for our players. I'm going to start with you, Siobhan. What are the keys to victory for our players in this game?
I mean, like David said, across the board, everyone needs to establish strong relationships and manage them very well. There's not one single weak player on this board. More specifically, some things jumped out at me when I looked at where everyone was seated. For Katie Gray, sitting next to Brandon Fogel and Nicola in the West, David described Nicola and Brandon having play styles that were cousins of each other earlier, and Katie historically likes to set up a strong alliance. So will she be able to do that is going to be very key to her success moving forward. And a couple of other people who just have been so strong in this last year and probably have a little bit of a target on their back are going to need to come out of the gate fast and strong, set themselves up. Jason Massbaum and Farron Jane come to mind. And then if Saren and Ed can work together, I know they've had some good alliances, but also some issues recently. So all across the board, relationship building and the history that these players have.
Well, let me go through the players very quickly, one by one. For Austria, Saren Kwok, take out the toolbox. Saren is not a one-hit wonder. There might be somebody that hasn't paid attention and may think that she is, that she's all about a triple alliance and not backstabbing people. Saren's got multiple tools in her toolbox, and she may need those. I think she will need those to navigate the forceful Farron, the steely gentility of Sullivan, and the sometimes unorthodox but effective mass bombing that's going to be coming out of Russia. For England, Brandon, I would say tame the Taille. How are you going to make deals with Nicolas Taille that decrease his opportunities, because he's an opportunistic player, while also encouraging cooperation against Katie if they need to cooperate? My point here is that Brandon and Nicolas are not what I would call traditional alliance players. So if Katie poses a threat, are they going to be able to form that kind of alliance and have the trust to do it and do it effectively? For France, Katie Gray, I would say avoid the alarm. Katie's the top seed. Katie's in France, a traditionally strong power in top boards and otherwise. So avoid the alarm of the rest of the board. And how does she deal with the EG? I would say feed their temptations, because they're both going to have temptations. Katie needs to feed them. For Nicolas, playing Germany, I would say find a friend. There's a concern, I think, and this is possibly overblown because Nicolas is a little bit more recent player to our tournament circuit. Is there a concern that he's not even going to be a good medium-term partner because he wants to sort of go back and forth and play the more, short-term deal making that's a little more prevalent in European play? Is he going to be able to find a friend if needed for at least a medium-term alliance? I think that's going to be the question. So let's go to Italy. For Farron Jane, trust your timetable. Farron's strength, in my opinion, is her timing. She knows how to take a break and not move quickly, and then move quickly when it's time. So I would say to Farron Jane, if I were talking to her before this game started, you've got an internal clock that works pretty well. Don't let other people mess it up. And they're going to try to. There's going to be, when does Katie go into the med, or when do you might go and resist Katie going into the med from France? If you're going to have an AIR to kill the Turks, that's fine, as long as the I is not a lowercase I and Italy doesn't get enough stuff. So you may need to slow things down a little bit if it looks like you're not going to get enough of it. I think Farron can do it. She's got a very good internal clock, but certainly the other players are going to try to knock it off. Jason, I would say open offensive options. Russia cannot play defense very well, particularly not on the top board. So Jason needs to keep his options open, particularly in Scandinavia. Luckily for Jason, it is a strength of his. He can be unorthodox in looking for opportunities to be aggressive. I think in this particular situation as Russia, he's going to need to really lean into that. For the Turks, this is not surprising. We're talking about Ed Sullivan. Play the personality card. He's very personable. Turkey and top boards often get jumped on because of the inherent strength of this corner position. Ed may need to play the "why are you jumping on me? I'm a nice guy" card. And that might actually work for him because he's got players around him that he's worked with before. So he's got some alliance play strengths that might be able to be something he can reach out to at least Jason or Saren and make an arrangement that keeps him from being attacked, off the bat, as Turks often are. And just one final comment before I yield back to our esteemed host. The players need to play their own game and not be tied to what they saw last year, for example, in the final. Not be tied to what they think other people think they ought to do. They need to play, and as I said earlier, lean into their strengths, because each of these players has different strengths. So hopefully they will know to lean into those, but also be willing to change if circumstances call for it. These Super 7 really are super. 5 of these players had automatic bids into this tournament, and the other 2 won tournaments last year and thus had automatic bids into last year's tournament. There is nobody here that is a Cinderella story. These are all top contenders.
Let's meet our contenders now.
Blood and sweat is what made me. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. The deepest waters won't take me. The highest falling won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me. I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. matter of time.
Our Super 7 is ready, and so are we. It is time for the 2021 Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational to begin. Here we go. David, why don't you start us out with play-by-play, and Siobhan, I'll have you on color, and then we'll switch throughout as we go. But before we do that, I do just want to give a quick shout out to Hal Schild for making that intro video and all of the new Game Day Live transitions. Hal's been hard at work behind the scenes, making us look good. So,
yeah, I was going to apologize to the viewers for having to look at me right after that cool video stuff. That was really awesome. All right, so the theme of Spring 01 is, and often the theme is, where are you going to see some bounces? So we got the bounce in the Black Sea, we got the bounce in Galicia, we got the bounce in Tyrolia, all hot button spots that nobody wanted the other power to be in, so they've made bounces, probably all arranged bounces. For those that are just learning this game, the Army Smyrna to London is just a joke. Ed is intending to just hold Smyrna. That's a joke. But the other thing that I would say, the French opening is probably the most standard one that there is. And the Austrian opening is the most standard one. The English opening is what we call the Yorkshire, or I'm sorry, the half Churchill, not the full. The full Churchill puts the army into Edinburgh. So I would say no big surprises here, unless you all think so, other than maybe the bounce in Tyrolia, which is an unusual move, and it is usually some kind of arranged thing to prevent anybody from being in Tyrolia.
Yeah, I mean, that pretty much about covers it. What I see here is what I see from a lot of top boards at big events is a lot of people kind of waiting to see who's going to really make the first move. France is putting themselves in Burgundy, no surprises. And like you said, if a single one of those bounces is not arranged, I would be very, very shocked. They definitely talked about that, and this is all arranged.
and I will also point out, I think this is something we need to pause for a moment and kind of take seriously. We do have Moscow moving to Ukraine, and I do want us to pause and just consider that we are playing a game. We often focus on the negotiations and the personalities and the tactics, and we need to recognize that this is a game that is about conquering Europe. And we've got the hostilities in Europe taking on or going on right now. And we just want to recognize that this is a touchy subject right now, and not something to be taken lightly. And we definitely want to stand with those in Ukraine and just hope for peace, and just not take any of that lightly. So, just
Brian, I feel constrained to add one sentence to what you just said. This thing at the top left says Spring 1901, and that's because this is the way people acted in 1901. This is not how people should act in 2022. This is not intended to be a recreation of how international relations now works.
Yeah, absolutely. So with that, just keep that in mind, and please, with respect, let's consider what's going on, and let's continue on with this game and our game that is just a game. And going into this game, we did get a chance after the stream to catch up with some of our players. So let's hear from the Western powers and get their thoughts immediately following their draft.
Brandon, congratulations. You're the third seed coming into the top board for the DBNI. How are you feeling?
I am actually nervous. I'll be honest. I thought about this power selection much more than I expected to, and it nearly played out the way I expected, but with a big twist. I did not see Nicola taking Germany. I assumed he would be in England.
Yeah. So let's talk about that a bit more. We all saw the power selection. You did take there was quite a bit of pause before you decided. Were you weighing multiple options at that point? What made you go with England instead of one of the Eastern countries?
I was trying to figure out why Nicola took Germany, what it was that he was hoping, because I had assumed that he would take England. I figured there were two scenarios. Katie either takes France or doesn't. I thought that I would take England if Nicola was in France. But if it was Nicola and Katie and England and France, I was choosing between Germany, Italy, and Russia, and honestly could not decide between the three of them. I had decided this morning that I would choose Germany in that case for the specific reason that I wanted to see Farron and Ed together in the East. So when it came down to it here, picking England was actually, it just followed the same logic. So
what's your sort of game going into this? Do you have any idea who you'll work with or not work with?
No, I don't really have preconceived notions. I do have a little bit of concern about Katie's approach to the game. I don't know if she's going to be looking for like a really strong alliance out of the gate, or if she's going to be looking for balance of power play. Nicola, I'm pretty sure, is very comfortable with balance of power play. I've seen him do it. I've done it with him on the VDL top board. And a balance of power play is really critical in a situation like this to keep the game dynamic for as long as possible. I don't want to see a strong alliance come out of the gate in either theater. So I'll be looking to form an alliance with either Katie or Nicola that doesn't advance too quickly. And I'll also be trying to win the North. I mean, you know, England is about getting naval superiority. So I'll be looking to do that.
Great. Well, good luck, and we're excited to see how this goes down.
Thanks, Tanya.
Katie, congratulations on making the top board for the DBNI. Very excited to watch you play this game. You were the top seed coming into this. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions about the power selection and what your thought process was. So you didn't choose to move down. Everyone actually stayed exactly where they were in terms of seed. What was your thought process with picking first?
I knew what country I wanted to play, and I just didn't want to overthink it. And I just wanted to make sure I got France.
So why France? And let's start with why France.
I mean, France is a pretty strong power. I think it's unlikely that I'll be an early target. You know, we'll see, but that's my hope. And I played both of the preliminary rounds in the East, and I got my first choice for both Austria and Russia, and they went okay, but I didn't even try to play in the West then because my seed was pretty low, and I didn't think I would get it for the bid system. So since I had the opportunity to grab France this time, I just took it.
Do you like how the rest of the board settled? Are you excited to be in the West, or are you now hoping, oh, I wish I was in the East?
No, I like where the board settled. It's almost exactly what I expected, although I thought Nicola and Brandon would have been switched with Germany and England. But other than that, this is kind of what I thought the board would look like. Yeah, I think it'll be a fun game. I'm glad to have Farron in Italy. I don't know. We'll see how it works out.
Well, good luck. You're going to do well, I'm sure. And we're excited to see you play.
Thanks, Tanya.
So congratulations. And, congratulations for picking Germany. So first question, how important do you think the power selection is for the outcome of the game? And how much did you think about it? How much did you prepare?
So thanks for having me first. And thank you for your nice comments. I think the power selection is key when you're really in the last positions, but not so much when you're in the front position. So actually, I followed the advice of that my interviewer gave me before my first top board, which was take a country that you like. And that's what I did with Germany. Let's see what happens. I'm a bit surprised that Brendan took England, to be completely fair, but let's see what happens. And even if I don't win with Germany, I think I can have fun. So. Yeah.
Okay, so my second question is, obviously you chose to pick as high as you wanted. So clearly the trade-off was more you wanted to pick a country more than picking neighbors. And so why Germany? Why is this the country you picked?
Because it's one of the 3-4 countries that I really like, with France, Italy, and Russia. France was taken. Russia, Seren and Ed, they are 2 tempo players in the East that have played a lot of games together, so I told myself better avoid that. And then between Italy and Germany, that was kind of flipping a coin. You know, it's I tried one of the two, and And I made this choice also because I think it's a good way to put a bit of chaos in the map if I can. So those are all stable alliance players. So with Germany, maybe from the center of the map, I can do something.
Last question. Did the rest of the picks kind of follow your prediction? So you said already that maybe Brandon in England was not what you predicted, but for the rest?
Yeah, France in first was no surprise. And then I expected a flip between Brandon and Jason, to be fair. But since my pick was not conditional on any of them having England or Russia, I went for second place. Actually, the goal of the second place was more just in case Katie drops France for some reason, like I'm here to take it.
And any plan for the game, or you're just going to just go with the flow?
No, let's see. I've never played with Katie. I know I can work with Brandon. I know I can work with Jason. And I have Fern and CERN in my back, which I'm going to have to pay attention to. But no, let's see what happens. I'm always
okay.
fun.
So enjoy the game, have fun, and as they say in England, bring the cup home, right?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so.
Okay.
Thanks, Nicholas.
Bye.
So, David, Siobhan, hearing some things that kind of lined up with some of your early game predictions. David, what stood out to you from that? Did you learn anything?
Brandon's surprise and then analysis paralysis about what to do about it was fun for me to watch. And he made a joke about me during the power selection because I think I do prefer just to pull the freaking thing out of the box and play whatever. He really does think it through a lot more, and more power to him for enjoying that game within a game. It's interesting to me that he ended up picking England, but it sounded like a good choice to me, guaranteeing that he wanted to put some dynamite together in the East that he was nowhere near when it blew. I think that's what he thought he was doing, and we'll see if it works for him.
And Siobhan, there were a couple of plays that definitely were about trying to structure the alliances. What stood out to you in those comments?
I mean, yeah, it's the same thing that David is referencing with Brandon trying to structure something in the East that will work in his benefit in the West. Is a really interesting dynamic that you can think about when you have a selection method like the Paris method. He's surrounding himself with known quantities for himself while also, a little bit of dynamite in the powder keg over on the other side. So we'll see if Farron and Ed can work together or if, as Brandon is hoping, that there's some tension there.
And I think one of my favorite comments was Nicolas seeing if he could create a little bit of chaos in the center of the board. That's definitely going to be something I'm going to be watching for. So. All right, well, let's find out what happens in the fall.
Okay, well, the fleet from Russia going into Romania means something. It means that that he and Ed had worked out that neither one was going to go to the Black Sea. Fine, but it also means you've put your fleet in there, which is less useful against the Austrians than putting your army in there. What to do about the Russian fleet is always the issue, as between Russia and Turkey. And so we'll see how it goes. That's what happens with the Russian fleet into Romania. Also, the Venice to Trieste. We've seen a lot of loaning. Well, actually, last year we saw a lot of loaning of Trieste to the Italians as part of an AI alliance. Less so this year. So we'll see if this is part of that kind of loaning or not. And of course, the convoy to Belgium. I'm going to let Siobhan talk about her general comment about English armies going to Belgium.
Yeah, thank you, David. I just thank you to Brandon Fogel for giving me the chance to once again say that Belgium is where English armies go to die. I've been about 50-50 on that prediction recently, so we'll see where this one winds up. The other things that stand out to me is just the hold in Vienna by Saren is a really interesting moment on the board that does indicate to me that Trieste is in fact being loaned, but it gives Jason a chance to get into Galicia. And so I'm wondering about the thought process and what kind of conversation that led to a simple hold in Vienna. Other than that, we've talked about the fleet in going to Romania, so we'll see if Ed and Jason can figure out what to do with that.
I mean, it is true that Maspon was led into Galicia. Wouldn't that be a much stronger anti-Austrian position, though, if Ukraine had gone to Romania? So that's why I wonder what that's all about.
Absolutely, which tells me maybe that Jason didn't intend to actually get into Galicia and was assuming that a bounce was still being set up.
Potentially. Could also be some kind of arrangement between the three of them to blow up the fleet or something like that. I wouldn't put it past this cast of characters to come up with something creative in this kind of game.
I should say one quick shout out to the Ed Sullivan move to Syria. Again, if you're watching this game and you think, what is he doing? He is doing a move popularized by Australian super player Andrew Goff, where you put the army into Syria as a way to say to the Italians and the Austrians, well, you can come at me if you want, but you're not convoying to Syria. And so that's the theory behind this. It's sort of a deterrence against what we call in the hobby a Lepanto invasion by the AI Alliance.
Well, there's a lot of activity going on in the East. Let's hear from the players in the East after their selection of their powers.
All right, hello and welcome to the Sideline. We've been listening into the players' conversations alongside Kevin O'Kelly, who unfortunately won't be able to join us on this part. It's been an intense 1901. Tanya, do you want to start?
Yeah, so I've been following around the Western powers for 1901, and the conversation started off with Katie and Nicola, who have never played together before. This is their first time playing on a board, and the consensus seems to be between all of the Western powers to sort of take it slow. They don't want to blitz anyone, not go too fast. Katie does tell Nicola that she will be going into Burgundy. Nicola says he's going to leave it alone. So there is this sort of slow play that's really prevalent between all the conversations with the Western countries. However, Ed Sullivan in Turkey has sent the Western powers a proposal to do a Western triple. It's a 5-paragraph proposal prepped before this game started. I believe Ed knew he was going to be Turkey. None of the players, however, seem interested in a Western triple. The conversation seemed to align with an EG being more likely, but there is this idea that Katie and Farron are going to be very close and very unbreakable. So it's a good idea for Brandon and Nicola to be working together.
And over in the East, Ed seems to have a lot of stuff prepared before the game. He serenades Farron essentially in his conversation with her, talking about how he'll be there for her when she needs him to, and talks about the words of John Bon Jovi. He also wrote a poem for Seren, which was an interesting opening to the game. But most of the conversation in this sphere is about how Farron and Ed will never work together. Farron is playing right into that and pitching an AIR. Ed is also playing right into that and pitching an RAT. So both going for triple alliance there. RAT is obviously a lesser seen one, but with Seren in Austria, could be something they pull off. And it's not clear at this point which one of them people are going to go with.
So in the fall for the West, the conversation sort of start out with Katie telling Brandon that she's okay with the army in Belgium as long as Brandon is willing to build fleets and go after the North. Katie then tells Nicola that they should be putting Brandon's army in Belgium so that they can pop the army and Brandon is only left with fleets. Nicola is, of course, at this point concerned because he's got an army in Burgundy and an army in Belgium, an English army in Belgium, presumably, and asks Katie to then move away. Katie says she's not going to move away, but she'll tap Munich. And Nicola agrees and says, all right, let's just see how it goes in 1902. Meanwhile, the English and German talks are actually, they seem quite on the same page. Nicola is worried about an EF. Brandon says that's not happening. Brandon wants to take Katie down because he's worried that Farron and Katie will be working together. And in fact, Farron and Katie did have a conversation where Farron said that she has no interest in attacking Katie and that she wants to see one of the two of them win this game. So there is a bit of hesitancy with anyone working with Katie in the West and likely to see an EG.
And over in the East, we had an interesting opening to this phase where Seren was quite concerned about the fact that there was this bounce in Black Sea in spring 1901, because according to her, you know, an RAT might want to get that Turkish fleet out sooner, and obviously she would prefer it if there was a Russian fleet in Romania too, if there was an army there. As the phase goes on, we have some more interesting conversations, especially revolving around Seren, because she initially talks to Jason in Russia and says, you know, we should leave Galicia DMZ'd. I want to move my army Vienna to Trieste. Then she has a conversation with Farron in which she proposes to Farron that Farron puts her fleet in Aegean and takes Trieste to replace it, which makes you think, she could really screw Farron over in that situation if she just bounces Trieste, which was what it seemed like she was going to do from the Jason conversation. However, immediately following that, Farron went to Jason and talked to him about what she'd been told, and they obviously put two and two together there and found out one of the two of them had to have been lied to. And I'm not sure if Seren maybe noticed that they were talking for a bit too long, but the moment that conversation was over, but maybe a little bit before that even, she jumped into the room and said, you know, Jason, I need to talk to you. I want to bounce Galicia now. So she changed her opinion there, and then she talked a little bit more, and, you know, I'm not entirely sure what the final result over Galicia was. It was a little bit confusing since it was so last minute. And maybe Jason took that opportunity just to walk into Galicia anyway and claim it was due to confusion. Certainly interesting to see where this is going to go here. That has been 1901.
You know, what jumps out at me is Ed really did try to play the personality card, because he has to change the equation. If Turkey always gets jumped on, he's got to make it so that people don't really want to do that. That's what he was trying to do with the poem and the serenading and all that.
I hope someone got a recording of that, because that poem at least needs to be recorded for posterity.
It's true.
Then in the West, they were talking about potential EG. That's going to be really interesting from two of the players that have been described by many as among the more stabby of our group. Will it be able to last? So something to keep an eye on. Let's find out what happens in our winter adjustments. Siobhan, anything stand out to you here?
You know, off the bat, we've got the double fleets from Brandon Fogel, which do indicate, yeah, we're going to continue on probably with Germany. You know, we don't see a fleet in Liverpool, though, so not going right for the MAO or France. Also, double fleets from Farron and one of them in Venice, which I don't see very often, so I'll be curious to see what direction that takes. Elsewhere, armies and a fleet from Turkey.
I'm trying to remember the last time I saw Fleet Venice as a 1901 build from somebody who had actually played before. And I don't remember, which is saying something in my case. Well, I guess I don't remember anything these days. The other thing that surprises me is Warsaw and Moscow that's very, very uncommitted builds in the sense that usually here you would see a build in St. Pete, probably an army, so that you don't antagonize the English too early. Putting it in Warsaw is interesting. I mean, why would you do that unless you're going to Silesia? Not necessarily as an anti-German move, but just to get around and try to get behind Seren's line or something. It's curious to me.
Yeah, it's either a move towards Silesia or just indecision.
Yeah, and sometimes you build because you're trying to slow play, but build this way because you're trying to slow play. But as I said, Russia almost really can't slow play. You got to stay relevant on both spheres, and he didn't. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, Jason's a very good player. I described him as a little unpredictable in the opening game, and I stand by that. But that doesn't mean he's not a good player.
Absolutely. It does maximize flexibility, which is something that I always value in every game that I play. What does not value flexibility is fleet Venice. I love Farron's play. I think that she is one of the best players that I've ever seen play this game, and I am baffled by that decision. I do not think that it is a good idea. I think that this is going to come back and bite her because it's the opposite of flexibility. You are locking yourself into one thing and one thing only. You're going all in on a diplomatic play, I guess, but this is going to be rough tactically. And in this kind of game with this quality of player, I don't like that decision.
Building two fleets, by the way, is not a surprise. And often the Army Trieste is, loan me that, you can take it back next year. I just needed to turn that army into a fleet so that I could be more helpful. But then putting it in Venice makes it less flexible, as you said.
Well, and these are the top 7 players, so it's very possible that Farron's up to something that I just don't have the foresight to see. So be watching that closely. Let's move on to spring of 1902.
Well, you can't hold Trieste in that situation, regardless of what you build in Venice, and that's not what happened here. This was, it looks like, an interesting move by Jason to go to Bohemia. That's a pro-Sarin move, along with the self-bounce in Galicia. This really does look like some kind of deal, doesn't it? Where the Turks are moving their units around and the Russian fleet goes down there probably by consent. Maybe that means they're going to kill the Russian fleet because it's not really helpful if you're going to have an RAT alliance. Very, very interesting. In the West, you've got the Germans making sure they fill Ruhr with support just in case. But honestly, did he need it, given what Brandon did with his moves, the supported attack in English Channel and the attempt to go to Picardy? Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely in the East here, I smell a rat. It was going to be a question of the air or the rat and which one won out. And it looks like Farron might be getting cut out of this. And especially with where her fleets are positioned, I don't see how she can argue that it should go the other way at this point. And in the West, it's kind of shaken out like you'd expect. We're filling up where Brandon's committing to, at least for now, fight against Katie in France. And, Jason doesn't do a whole lot with all of his armies. Yeah, we pull one up to St. Pete, so maybe was hoping to make a play on Norway, but doesn't look like he'll get the chance now that Brandon's fleet is also in Norwegian.
I think there was probably a question coming in, going back to the East for a minute, on whether Sarin and Ed, having participated in a triple during the semis, during the preliminary rounds, were going to ally here, as opposed to Turkey usually getting yanked, which is usually what happens. And I guess we're seeing that right now. There's no question what's happening here with the Italians being snookered into trying to go to Aegean.
Mm-hmm.
This is definitely not looking great for Farron right now. The East is going to be fascinating to watch how it plays out. Let's go ahead and hear from those players after their power selection.
How important do you think this power selection is for the outcome of the game, and how much did you think about it?
I think that power selection is very important for the outcome of the game. I think it can be determinative, not necessarily 100% determinative, but it can definitely influence your odds. I thought about it quite a bit. My initial impression that I was going to end up stuck in the East with Ed and Sarin. I was the 5th pick. I was assuming it was just going to go in order, and it did. So I was like, okay, I'm going to be in the East with Ed and Sarin. I know Ed and Sarin work very well together. So I knew that I didn't want to be Austria or Turkey, because I assumed if I was Austria or Turkey, they would both just knock me out. So yeah, I definitely put a lot of thought into like, would I rather play Italy or Russia? Because I knew that one of those would be available. I was obviously hoping that England might be available, but that didn't come to be. So
So I guess you are not surprised to pick where you picked. You stayed at 5. So what was your motivation to pick Italy? Was it more like is it solid given your neighbors, or do you think the game dynamics also could be in your favor?
well, it's a time unlimited game, and I think that Italy provides an opportunity to. I don't think Italy's going to get knocked out early, and Italy provides an opportunity for like slow, steady growth, hopefully. And I would say that for me, on one side of me, I have Katie, and I have a really, really strong relationship with Katie. So I really don't think I'm going to have any conflict with Katie until possibly very late in the game, and she has to come attack me in order to win. If that happens, I get it. But I'm pretty confident that I'm only going to have to worry about the East. And I don't think that Saren and Ed are going to find a way to like come attack me very quickly, because I'm expecting the two of them to just work together. That's my expectation in this game, which is why I'm glad I'm not Russia, because Austria and Turkey definitely can just gang up on Russia very quickly.
Okay, so I think we thought that you thought quite a bit about it. So good luck, enjoy the game, and I think the most important thing is try to have fun.
Thanks, Nicola. Again, I wish you were here playing with me, but it's good to see you again.
Okay, good luck.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Saren. Thanks so much for joining us, and congratulations on making the DBN top board.
Thanks, Karthik.
Okay, so let's get down to business. How did you prepare for the Paris method coming into this into the top board?
To be fair, I didn't think I had to prepare that much, because I would have either I would have 2 choices, and I did do some thinking about like in what cases I would take what over what, and one of the things I was very sure on going in was that if the last 2 were Russia and Turkey, I would take Turkey, which is the opposite of what I've done previously. But between Turkey and Austria, it was much more up to who would be Italy and Russia and who would be around. So you can see that when we went to when it went to actually my pick, and I had Austria and I had Turkey, and I wasn't expecting those players in Italy and Russia at all. I had to take a second to think about that.
Very interesting. So given that, what are your expectations for the game given the selections?
So I think that there will be an alliance that comes out of the West reasonably quickly. So I feel like even if the East is not necessarily set up for us to get something going very fast, I'm gonna need to get something going in the East to have any chance with this. And I don't know who my ally will be, but I like getting an ally quickly and moving quickly. So I really hope that I'll be able to get that going with one of the 3 neighbors, maybe 2.
Interesting. As Austria, do you have any preferences for what power you like to work with, or like agnostic of players, that is, or are you pretty much open to anyone in the East?
I'm pretty much open to anyone. It depends entirely on the circumstances.
Makes sense. Thank you so much, Saren, for joining us for this interview, and best of luck on the top board.
Thank you, Karthik.
All right, and I am here with 4th seeded Jason Massbaum. Jason, when the West went so quick, you had to think on your feet, right?
I did. I was not expecting Germany to go so early, and despite the rough meta that we've seen both in general lately and in the DBNI qualifying rounds against Germany, I was seriously considering just taking it. So was really surprised when it wound up being available by the time it got to me.
So you had the entire East at your choosing, and you stayed away from, I think, what we talked about during the intro round games, Austria as being your favorite country. Why the change this time?
I thought that picking Russia would situate me better in terms of my neighbors and keep some people who I did not want to be right next to each other from being right next to each other. Which was the same reason I was going to take Germany, right?
Okay, so based on that and who your neighbors are, what's the strategy for the win today?
I think it's going to sound a little generic, but I think it's going to be try to get our side of the board resolved before the West gets their side resolved.
Excellent. Well, we'll see how that plays out, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Kevin.
Hi, Ed. Congratulations on making the top board.
Thank you. I would say it was close, Karthik. How about that?
It was very, very close. So the first question, I guess, is what preparation do you do for the Paris method, and what were you thinking coming into it? And why did you choose the country you did?
Okay, well, I was 7. I knew I was going to get Turkey. I knew I was going to be Turkey all week. So I probably read more about Turkey and how to play it on every available online source. And some people were kind enough to send me some other languages and translate on Turkey. So I think I have a good handle on 50 years of playing Turkey and diplomacy.
Excellent. So what are the insights you got from that?
The one that I liked the most, believe it or not, was a diplomacy briefing article from Russ Dennis, who said that Turkey should do everything to not appear like there's an RT or a juggernaut, to induce AI to maybe fight, and to that. And with Saren in Austria, Farron may be worried about her there, and so there might be a bit of an AI scrum. And if there's any fight that's not an AIR, and if Turkey can survive to the mid game, Turkey's chances improve measurably. So that's really all about getting to 1904, basically.
That makes sense. So what are your expectations for the game, given the power selections?
Well, I knew Farron would be in the East, so I was ready for that. And I am not going to be an enemy to Farron, even though Italy and Turkey may be automatic enemies. I'm looking for a friend. I don't think anyone's coming in with pre-existing relationships counting. They're just going to be looking at the board and the pieces. So my expectations are to play the players and to play the pieces, and to I think it'll be a good game. And I think that Farron and I both probably have the same mindset, that if we automatically eliminate one person that we're working with, it gives leverage to the other people in the East, just like when we fought VDC Summer Classic, it gave leverage to you. So I'm going to avoid that mistake, which I've already made once.
Makes sense. And then the final question, the most important one is, given Brandon's historic pictures with his horns down, do you think he'll try to attack Brandon early, just like a make a mad dash all the way to straight where he is, or how do you think you're going to play it?
So just for you, my first order will be Smyrna to London, to point out that we will not accept the aggression of a horns down in diplomacy. That
Very
is
important.
unacceptable.
Thank you so much, Ed. Much appreciated.
All right. Thanks, Karthik.
Oh my God, I love that so much for a couple of reasons. One, I also happen to be a University of Texas fan, and so I appreciate the reference. But even more importantly, I happen to know, because I edited that photo, that Brandon was absolutely not doing horns down. That was a photo from my wedding, where Brandon was the officiant, and he was actually holding a microphone where he was reaching out for Katie and I to do our vows. So this was not a horns down, but it does kind of look that way. And getting that move from into Liverpool at the end, very classic.
Where do I register my vote for? I don't care whether it's horns up or horns down. I barely even understand what that means, and I think I speak for many of us in the country, like Texas, whatever. Although it's a good place to eat beef barbecue.
That is absolutely true. So, bringing us back to what is important, and while we're all here, definitely have some early conflict, at least apparently, between Italy and Austria. So Ed's plan seeming to take place a little bit. David, was there anything that you heard in that interview that helps create some context for the moves that we've seen so far?
Certainly the potential that he saw in AI, what I think he called it a scrum, and I think that is what's going on here. I think the real question is, and this is something that some of the commenters have talked about in the Dipcast chat, is Jason really part of this or not? Is Jason going to end up being part of this arrangement? Is he going to have some kind of arrangement with Saren or Ed, or is he going to be arranged out of this thing? We'll see. Clearly true that, I mean, Farron almost can't come back from this in a sense. Now, I'm not saying that her position is completely gone or anything like that. She's got some units. You know, it's going to take them a while to break through because she can eliminate that army in Tunis here for the loss from Trieste. But you know, if this thing keeps up, it's hard to see who Farron's friend is unless she can make it Jason.
Well, and the question for me for Farron is going to be, can she hold on enough to become a kingmaker and have some leverage, if not a winner? Or is the potential Austria-Turkey alliance going to be so strong that they just completely overwhelm? She made it abundantly clear that those units are not going west. Fall of 1902. Siobhan, we'll go ahead and have you take play-by-play on the odd years, or in the even years, and David can do play-by-play in the odd.
Yeah, absolutely. As some people in the comments correctly called, it does look like indeed Jason's fleet in Bulgaria is getting blown up. I see no reason to believe that Jason didn't know that was coming. He didn't have anything down there to support it and willingly put it there. So we say bye-bye to the Southern Russian fleet for now, as he kind of does, you know, same old bounce in Galicia, you know, helping to kick Farron out of Tyrolia, but she just decided to walk out anyway. And meanwhile on the board, the West is, I mean, it's just kind of messy for now. It's going to take a while to resolve. We're losing Brandon's fleet in the Channel. He's chosen to disband it rather than retreat it so he can rebuild it somewhere. And Belgium, you know, will hold for now as long as North Sea's there, but it's hard to see the West resolving before the East on this board.
I will say one thing about the West, which is, I said earlier in pregame that the issue for Brandon and Nicola as England and Germany, are they going to have a truly workable alliance, or are they just going to make short-term deals? The reason that Brandon loses English Channel here is because they don't have a strong alliance. The Germans could have defended Belgium. North Sea could have defended English Channel. None of that happened. The Germans just kind of sat there. This is not a, you know, let's do EG and out of the gate and have Anglo-German domination of the West. That is not what this is. It's at best for Brandon, it's Nicola watching on the sidelines as England and France fight each other. And then, by the way, he's going to go take Sweden next year.
Yeah, I mean, it really does feel like Nikolai's reacting to what Jason in Russia has built. And, you know, there's some, you got to wonder a little bit, is the West deciding to triple up in response to how quickly the East seems to be getting together? And just blowing up Brandon's fleet, rebuilding it as an army, then we can convoy it, take Sweden, and go from there.
That's the case. It's not looking good for Jason, and I would say that is a strong advantage to Austria-Turkey. So we'll see. Let's find out and get a little insight as to what our players or our commentators on the sidelines were able to learn in 1902.
And welcome to the Spring 1902 Sideline commentary here, and indeed the whole of 1902. In the East, we had a really interesting situation because it suddenly became a blame game. You saw what happened last phase with Farron not leaving the Ionian as she said she was going to, and Jason entering Galicia as he said he wasn't going to. Both of them trying to talk Saren and make it seem like it was the other person's fault. In fact, Farron goes to a conversation which has both Saren and Jason in it, and says to, you know, them both, just basically tells the truth about the entire conversation, about how they identified that Saren must be lying to one of them, and, you know, went all in on it. Massbaum is not being as honest as that. He's just saying that Galicia must have been a misunderstanding, and, you know, Farron is still the person to go after. And it seems like Saren is more on side with him, although whether that's because she believes him or because she wants to work with this RAT is a little unclear right now. As you can see, the RAT stuck together, and in fact, that move down to Romania was coordinated in order to blow up the fleet. Now over to the West.
Yeah, so in the West, there's quite a bit of negotiation. Brandon tells Katie that it's time to move hard against Nicola, and asks Katie not to put a fleet in the mid-Atlantic Ocean, to which Katie does agree. After that, he goes to Nicola, tells Nicola that it's time to move hard against France. Brandon tells Nicola that he'll force himself into the English Channel. They've been sharing moves with each other. The bounce in Skagerrak is arranged between these two. Brandon is thinking it's a rat, is scared it's a rat, says to Nicola, I have trusted you completely. I just need you to come with me. Meanwhile, there is a conversation between Germany and France that does turn out to be quite significant, that unfortunately none of our sideline commentators were able to get to. But for now, it's Brandon trying to pull this EG together in preparation for possibly some RAT alliance.
Yeah, and then we move to the fall here. And the story in the East on this phase is Farron in desperation, going around to everyone, trying to figure out how to break up this RAT. She enters a conversation with Saren and Massbaum and says to them, hey, how do I convince you that the RAT is not the way to go? Dead silence for like 15 seconds. And then Jason says, are you sure you don't want to talk to us individually? Farron just says, no, if I can't talk you both into this, I don't think either of you are going to do it yourselves. But then ends up in a long conversation with Saren in which she's saying, okay, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have not gone to Aegean. I shouldn't have believed Massbaum is the main point that she's making. She's saying, you're punishing me here for something that Massbaum did. He was the one who said that you were lying, which isn't entirely true. Farron did also contribute to that. But Saren is saying, okay, I need to take Trieste back. After that, I'll consider turning around. And Farron is saying, if you don't turn around now, I suspect you'll just never be in a position to. And the way Saren responds to that is saying, okay, but I need solid tactics right now. I need some sort of pitch that shows me I can get more from going the other way. And whatever test she's presenting there, Farron seems to fail at. She doesn't give a solid pitch for what to do. She's basically just saying, you should probably attack Bulgaria. There's no solid move set, and I think maybe what Saren was looking for was some kind of triple with Ed Sullivan, who seems to be her preferred partner, and Farron does not propose that. So as you can see here, does not end up very very well for her. And over to the West now.
Yeah, so in the West, the moves come out, and similar to Farron, Brandon is scrambling. He pulls Katie into a room. Brandon says, we both failed to trust each other, states that he's worried about being ganged up on by 3 people. And then he asks Katie not to go into the Irish, says that 100% he'd like to be her partner in this game, and asks her, just force yourself into the English Channel, just don't go into the Irish. Also pitches to Katie that as England he can help against Russia more than Germany, says 100% that this is an RAT moving forward. Then Brandon goes and talks to Nicola. Brandon is quite upset that Nicola moved to Hell, and then tells Nicola that it's going to be Katie that comes ahead if they fight each other. So, Nicola tells Brandon that Hell was a defensive move, and that the 2 fleets, felt Brandon's 2 fleets were aggressive towards him, but then states that he doesn't want to attack. They talk. Also agree that it's an RAT moving forward. There's a bit of hesitation in this conversation when Brandon asks for Sweden. Brandon essentially says he'll do whatever Nicola wants to make the EG work. Nicola says he doesn't want to attack Russia yet. And then we get a conversation between Nicola and Katie where Nicola asks Katie, if they really want to start a war with England with an RAT forming. Katie asks Nicola for support into Belgium, offers to enter it from Burgundy. Nicola is sort of hedging whether he can support it or not. And then in the last 8 seconds of this round, we get a quick conversation between Nicola and Saren, where Saren asks Nicola, "Are you guys all killing Brandon? Can you answer yes or no?" Nicola says no, and it ends there.
Let's send it back to the commentators.
No alliance in the West at all. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. It just, you might look at this and say that in the fall of 1902, that Brandon's fleet, disbanding was all some kind of master plan. I don't think there's a master plan here. I think this is Nicola playing both sides against the middle and not wanting to really commit in any direction, which might be fine. It's a little bit more his style to play that way. And I said, you should lean into your own style. But it all depends on how fast the East is going to resolve, because the West ain't going to resolve anytime soon, since nobody is cooperating with anybody else on anything.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. And, as much joy as the idea of Brandon scrambling around looking for a friend anywhere brings me a little bit of joy. It's just kind of a mess in the West. They don't, like you said, they don't have a plan. They're not going to resolve as quickly as the East will. And we'll see. And this is why these sideline reports are so good for us, because, so often we try and get ourselves in the head and try and make up logic for, oh, this is some master plan. But, so thanks to Marcus and Tanya, who are doing all the hard work for this.
Absolutely. Also, definitely want to thank those who helped us with our interviews. So we should definitely give a shout out to Nicola and to Karthik as well, capturing those interviews as the players were coming out of their power selection. Always gives us some good insight into their mindsets leading into the game, help set up some of these stories, and help us interpret some of the moves that we're seeing in a different way.
We have such smart people playing this game, and then when they're not actually playing, helping to analyze the game. It's just such a great blessing.
Absolutely. Well, winter of 1902, we've got a couple of interesting adjustments. I'm going to start with you, David. What are you expecting to see in the West for our adjustments here?
Brandon's going to build an army, at least for defensive purposes. I would assume London, or probably London, maybe Liverpool. It depends on what he wants to do with North Sea and Norwegian and all that. Considering the fact that Jason's almost certainly going to be building in St. Pete, I think that's really going to, Jason, Brandon's got to try to figure out what that means for him. Is Norway definitely gone because he doesn't really have a strong deal with Nicola? And if that's true, does that free up North Sea to cover London? There's lots of decisions. I think I would probably build Army London and then move it to Wales and then move it to no, that's not even true, because then you lose Liverpool unless you go to Clyde. There's a lot of decisions here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. There's no real good option for Brandon here. It's going to be an army. Where it is he could kind of just flip a coin. Liverpool, London. There's no great way to go about it. Does he abandon Belgium, convoy back to the mainland just to defend his home centers? Say, you know what, fine, you can have Belgium. And the other interesting choice I see on the board is what Farron's going to pull. And I think if Farron hasn't been able to find a friend in either Saren or Jason or even Ed, I guess Tunis. If you want to hold the fleet line and you're not worried about Katie at all, there's no need for it at this point.
I mean, it's not great to remove anything, because you're not going to be able to defend Venice in the long run without a second army, or the Italian boot in general without a second army. But it is what it is. I mean, in an ideal world, somehow Brandon could convince Katie to go down south to keep the Italians from falling as fast. If I'm Katie, I can do both. Go kill Brandon and still send somebody south to help. But we'll see. I mean, not everybody plays that aggressively. Not everybody wants to play that quickly. So we'll see if that's what Katie wants to do.
Yeah, and I will say that we saw in the Virtual Diplomacy League championship game, which if you have not seen, definitely should check that out after this broadcast. One of the best diplomacy games I've ever seen. Brandon Fogel, and a couple of times, was on his heels a little bit and made some diplomatic moves, I guess, that just completely transformed the game. So we're going to see if that diplomacy can play out here in this game, because I think it will take a shift of some sort to change the balance in the West. That might be what we're seeing here.
Army Edinburgh. I mean, Army Edinburgh is also doable. Maybe that it really is a play to try to say, hey, West, let's do something as a team. But if I were Katie, I wouldn't take that. I would just try to press my advantage. Go to Wales, go to North Sea, put 2 on Liverpool. Actually, Convoy to Wales, put 2 on both. Or on either. But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what she chooses.
Well, the big one that stood out to me is Jason's Fleet South Coast St. Pete.
Yes.
If this was a dogpile on England, I would have expected that fleet build up north. So that's a strong statement. Siobhan, you've played with Jason more than a few times. What do you think is going through Jason's head with this adjustment?
I don't know what Brandon sold him to get that build to happen. This is a little uncharacteristic of Jason, in my opinion. I guess they can dogpile on Germany, but it doesn't seem like Brandon is in a strong enough position to really contribute to that. So it just seems very curious to me, given where all of Jason's other units are.
I like it a lot, actually, because the only the only way Nicola is clearly going is anti-Sweden. The rest of it is just a bunch of Sitzkrieg, as they say. So the fact that he built Fleet St. Pete South Coast just says Jason saying, well, look, Nicola, if you're coming after me, then fine, I'll fight you.
Well, what this is telling me is that the players on this board are definitely taking a balance of power approach to this game. That we are not going to see, at least in the West, a strong alliance from the gate or out of the gate that's going to try and resolve their theater before the other side. So I think the argument for Jason would be perhaps attacking England. What's Jason going to get out of that? It's going to advantage France even more. But I think the real question I'm going to be watching is if the West does not resolve, the East very likely could be resolving. So is that going to influence how the West, like force them to pick up that tempo or not?
I think that balance of power thing you're just talking about as between the Western powers is exactly what Saren and Ed hoped for.
Well, spring of 1903.
Well, all right. I think I'm play by play. You know, the Tyrolia to Bohemia is all about Jason realizing I really enjoyed this anti-Farron thing, but now it's really just me and Germany fighting. So I got to go do something about that. So you guys take over for me. Which, if that's true, the Trieste to Tyrolia would have been the way to do that and reorganize your units or support yourself to Tyrolia from Vienna into Tyrolia. The way that Saren did that really doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but that's what happened. I think the big story in the East, though, is because of what Adriatic did, the Turks have gotten into the Ionian. The big story in the West is I was completely wrong. Katie did, in fact, not go after England and instead is intervening in the South already. And, of course, Germany takes Sweden because that's apparently what the Russians were going to let them do.
Well, for me, the story of this turn is that Brandon is getting cut out of every deal that he might have been promised this turn, because the Germans getting Sweden is because Jason is taking the time to attempt to take Norway from Brandon and prevent him from being able to convoy that army from Belgium over, which just puts Brandon in a really kind of horrible position. You're down one more army. You wanted to convoy that. So while Katie is kind of on board, you're still losing Belgium. You still don't really have a friend, and you're getting cut out of the deal in Scandinavia. You know, down in the south, Farron in Italy had a choice to make to support Venice or support the Ionian, and this is the choice she made. And unfortunately, it does mean that Ed does move forward into the Ionian.
So here's my thing about it, and I know I'm a biased person when it comes to playing powers aggressively because that's more my style. if you're Katie, you could still send a fleet to the Western Med. You probably only need one to help prop up Farron. And you could have convoyed to Wales. You could have moved into, from Burgundy to Belgium and all that, Gascony up to Burgundy. There's lots of things you could have done. And so making this decision is interesting. Basically taking the foot off the gas versus against Brendan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, she takes my advice and goes to Irish Sea, so never mind. I'm actually glad to see that. I think that's smart. There's no reason not to take advantage of Brandon here in the fall, I don't think. I don't think Brandon brings enough to the table. I love Brandon Fogel to death, but I don't think he brings enough to the table in this situation for Katie that she just doesn't need for him to stay viable in order to be. She's got Nicola and Russia fighting each other. That's what she wants while she takes English centers from behind. In the East, I just want anybody who's learning this game, there's something called alliance play. Bulgaria to Khan is an alliance play. I've got a strong alliance with my buddy Austria. I do not want to make her nervous. I'm going to move back to Khan where I can't do anything except be sort of kind of halfway defensive, just so that Austria will feel free to do this, which is rearrange her armies vis-a-vis Venice. The convoy to Apulia being stopped is something that I think they probably should have realized was likely and go ahead and bounce the French out of Tyrrhenian Sea.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. The chances that they were going to get into Apulia were nil at best. For me, this is just all around a spectacular turn for Katie. I love that she's both in the Irish Sea and Tyrrhenian Sea. You can prop up Farron if that's your goal. I have to presume it is. She doesn't want to see Farron get carved up by the East while she's still carving stuff up in the Northwest in her own little corner of the world. So just well done, you. Brandon doesn't stand a chance against that right now.
I will paraphrase Ronald Reagan and say, one of the scariest things in the English language is, I am France, Italy, and I've come to help.
Here to help for now.
Yep.
Let's hear from our sideline reporters and find out what happened in 1903.
Okay, welcome to the 1903 sideline commentary. I'm going to hand over to Tanya.
Yeah, so in the West, the conversation sort of starts off with Nicola and Katie wondering, how to work against Brandon when this conversation was interrupted by Farron and then by Brandon. So we've got Italy and the West in a room together, Farron sort of dictating what moves that they should be making and also asking Katie to come down into the Med with her fleets. After that, France and England have a conversation. Katie says to Brandon that there's a rat and that they need to deal with it. Katie, would like to move her fleets towards Italy, tells Brandon that she is moving to the West Med, but she wants that Belgian army gone. Brandon agrees to move out the army by convoy to Norway, and also asks Katie, notably, not to force into Belgium quite yet and to wait for the fall to do that. Neither party seems to maybe trust Nicola fully. After which there's a conversation between England and Germany where they talk about attacking Russia together. Most of this is just strategy talk. A conversation between France and Russia says, Katie to Jason, most of it's just, bantering, but Katie does say, I would be physically ill if you three did an 11-11-11 on a top board. The spring follows up with a conversation with Germany and Russia, where Nicola tells Jason that he doesn't want to have an open war and offers to bounce in Silesia. Jason says to Nicola, it really looks to me like you and Brandon are trying to get an army into Norway. And Nicola says, yes, that is possible. Over to you, Marcus.
And things aren't quite as simple as East-West anymore. So it was more about what conversations I was listening into. But first off, this RAT obviously all go into a room together and start discussing. Saren goes, "Oh, they're going to try and get a Western triple together, blah, blah, blah." Like it's some kind of horrible thing to do that against an RAT, which was amusing. Anyway, then they all scatter and start trying to talk people out of playing in this Western triple. Saren goes to Nicola, and Nicola is very, he doesn't seem to like the idea of Western triple, which is quite understandable as Germany. But something he does raise is, this RAT's got everyone spooked. And where you'd expect Saren to maybe go, okay, I might cut it down to, we'll stab someone or something along those lines. She offers nothing like that. She's just going, yeah, I suppose, and then starts talking about the West again. So no offer of breaking up this RAT on the table, at least from what I heard. Finally, in the South, we had Ed and Farron talking, and Farron pushes hard for Ed not to attack Ionian Sea. And Ed actually agrees to this, and he says, okay, I promise you I will not attack Ionian Sea. Farron is going to hold him to that, and of course, as you can see here, that was a complete and total lie. And then as we go into the next phase, the very first thing that Farron does is go into a room with Ed and get very annoyed at him. Basically say, it feels very much to me like you are in every single game, not just in this one, you are unwilling to accept anything that would advantage me. It has to be something that disadvantages me, otherwise it's not on the table for you. Ed goes, that's not true, and he also goes, it was just the case that I like this triple alliance, and it was pitched to me. If you had been in Austria and you'd pitched it to me, I would have done the same thing. Farron just goes, I do not believe you, and leaves the room on that. There's a couple more things that happen in the fall that I got to listen into, mainly to do with Farron still. Farron went and talked to Katie and said, I'm okay with throwing this game to you if, the East has kind of taken me out of this game already, so I'm fine with you winning this. But then Farron goes to, I think it was Ed. Yeah, it was Ed. Basically apologizes for being so short earlier and basically says, I don't want to throw this game. I still want to win, but I need you to do something. I need you to take Greece. I need you to break apart this RAT. Ed just refuses. Ed is going, okay, maybe in future I can attack Jason. But Farron is not happy with that, and it shows. And Tanya, do you want to take the West or what you heard?
Yep. So in terms of what I heard, the conversation starts with Katie and Nicola, where Katie didn't actually realize that Nicola was going to support Burgundy to Belgium, but is quite happy about it. Of course, this means that Brennan's army is then popped. Katie tells Nicola that she's going to move the Tyrrhenian Sea on Farron's urging. Nicola actually asks Katie for Belgium, but Katie says that she's going to be keeping it this term. After which there are quite a few tactical discussions between England and Germany, and then the Western Triple. They have a few conversations. Nicola suggesting a few strange things like convoying Belgium to Norway. And then the phase ends with England and France having a discussion where Katie and Brandon are talking alone. Brandon says that he's ready to take Nicola out at the first opportunity. Katie laughs, and then Brandon asks Katie to move her fleet in the mid-Atlantic Ocean to Spain's south coast. Katie agrees to this, but as you can see, that is not exactly what happened.
Back to you in the commentary box.
Katie Gray making some big moves. Let's take a look at Katie's performance from the 2021 season. On screen right now, we can see Katie's statistics really strong, as you would expect from the #1 seed going into this event. Strong in most areas. The ones that stand out to me, though, the most are efficiency at 96%, which means that 96% of the time, the orders that Katie puts in resolve as ordered. That's ridiculously high. That's 7.9% above average, above our other players. So that means that when Katie puts an order, she's very confident that it's going to play out her way, and we can see that taking place in this game as well.
Katie is a solid player. And I thought that before I met her face-to-face at Whipping, and when I saw her play there, I really knew. Even when things weren't going her way, even when she misordered a couple of times, learning how to write orders on a pad, she was keeping her cool. She's a cool, calm customer and has a good chance of winning this game.
Two big adjustments that I've got my eye on. The first is, what does Russia or Germany build? And then what does Jason in Russia disband? Siobhan, I'm going to go to you for this one.
I mean, of the two, I think Jason has more of a head scratcher on this one. I mean, pulling a unit anytime is never helpful, but I think there's really only one choice in this moment, and it's got to be Ukraine. It's not being used right now. Ed has pulled his army away. It's got to be Ukraine. And then meanwhile in Germany, it's Army Berlin, right?
I think so. I mean, it's hard to justify a fleet to Brandon. Yeah, I need it right now against the Russians. Yes, but then you'll have 3 fleets. So I think it's got to be an army, and I think it should be an army, and I think that's good. And I think you're right that Jason's got some head-scratching moments. An army in Ukraine is the one, if they're going to stick with the alliance, they don't need it, and he might as well assume they're going to stick with the alliance. There's no reason to be cagey right now. He can't afford to be cagey.
It's Jason. He can always afford to be cagey.
And Jason is a little cagey, apparently.
That I think is a change in focus. That somehow he thinks maybe he can unhinge the EG, and he might be able to.
Okay.
You know, with Brandon now facing a stab, maybe he thinks that's going to pull Brandon's focus away or something, or perhaps even pull Nikolai away. We'll see. Certainly pulled Brandon away.
Oof. It's an even year, so I think I'm calling the moves for us. I'm going to start with Jason, which is where we left the conversation, and it looks like he's about to have a lot of issues. As Saren pulls back some armies, Budapest attempts to go to Galicia, Ed is in both Bulgaria and Armenia. I mean, even with Army Ukraine, there's nothing Jason can do to stop this. Ow. But, you know, what is bad for Jason is good for Farron as she finally gets a chance to breathe, work with Katie Gray to pop that fleet in the Ionian. Nobody's actively attacking her this turn. Maybe she can get a chance to get back on her feet and actually get into this game in a way that she wants to be. And last but not least, because a whole lot of nothing happens in Germany, you've got the story of Brandon as he pulls back home to try and defend the best he can. He and Jason disentangle in the north, and Katie, as expected, walks into Liverpool.
Yes, but cannot hold it.
True.
And Nikolai basically, again, not wanting to commit in any direction. I mean, that is a strategy, and sometimes it works. You know, there's still no alliances in the West. There's none. You know, Germany's not helping Brandon. Germany's not hurting Brandon. Katie and Nikolai basically have a non-aggression pact. They're not doing anything together. And now, Saren, having realized that she's stymied because of the French intervention, has decided to reprogram. And you notice the Turks don't even retreat Ionia. Could have retreated it to Apulia. Didn't do it because they're going to decide now to reposition and see if Katie really is just going to do this, or is Katie going to be able to, with her builds, hopefully she's going to get some builds in the West, maybe come down and do something to Farron herself. It's interesting. There's an argument here that France going to the Ionian is what we call overextension, as opposed to putting an Italian in there.
Yeah, and, you know, we'll start right there with the Ionian, where Katie attempts to go to Greece, whether she thought that she would be able to walk in or was trying to tap something. It's hard to know what the goal is, but in the end, the fleet gets disbanded because Farron says, no, it is better for the Italian to be here than you. So whether or not that was intentional so that we could disband Katie's fleet and she could rebuild it elsewhere, I would expect that's the reasoning here. Farron says, thank you very much for all your help, but you're not needed anymore and you can use it elsewhere. And as expected, Jason just continues to be in trouble. The AT takes Romania, pulls armies behind it as Jason does his best to pull everything back in the best way to defend that he can. And in the north, we see an attempt to take Belgium, which I have to expect Nicola knew wouldn't go through. And Katie does not keep Liverpool because Brandon, having pulled everything back, can defend everything by bouncing London and forcing Liverpool.
And again, a not retreat from that fleet, but a disband. So some strategic realignment potentially going on with builds. What really has happened here is that everything has switched around because these folks really are playing balance of power. Katie is fine with leaving the Mediterranean. Katie's done what Katie wanted to do, which is ward off the AT, the RAT. And so now she's leaving.
Yeah, and I will say that Katie also chose to disband that fleet from Liverpool as well.
That's the one I was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. And
well, you're right. She chose to disband two of them. You're totally right. There's two of them. I was looking at Liverpool and you were looking at London. I mean, at Ionian, but it's the same principle. She's now going to reorganize, given the fact that the Germans attacked Belgium. She's going to reorganize and decide what that really means. We are almost back to square one here, except that the AT is going after Jason.
Yes.
This is such a shift from where we were just 2 turns ago. The entire momentum of the board has changed. If this is any indication as the kind of game we're going to see here, we can all buckle up and get comfortable. This is probably going to be a long one, and I'm here for it. This is how a top board should be played. So looking forward to this. Let's go ahead and hear from our sideline reporters in fall of 1904.
Okay, welcome to the 1904 sideline report. As you can see here, things shifted up a bit in the east. So Jason was very, very paranoid about this Austria-Turkey, as he rightly should have been, as you can see here, and decided to rotate back. Saren and Ed were talking for the phase about how they didn't really want to break up this RAT yet, but they needed to get something to happen on the board. And this was the cost for doing that. Otherwise, they would just be facing continued resistance that wouldn't let them anywhere. And meanwhile, Farron also said, if I force Ion, you can rebuild that at home, and then that provides me with the opportunity to send my forces west afterwards. And that's exactly what caused this rotation in the east. Over to you, Tanya.
Yep. So in the west, conversations sort of start out where Nicola tells Brandon that he has no interest in attacking Brandon and that they actually need to work together. There's a bit of fear mongering about, Katie's position and how strong she is at that time. We have a conversation between Saren and Nicola where, Saren does tell Nicola, reinforcing that idea that she's open to kill Russia. Earlier there's a conversation between Brandon and Nicola where Ed interrupted, asking everyone to kill Russia. So Saren says she wants to attack Jason if people will attack Katie. Germany says, he needs some room to breathe, and then he'll be able to do that. Katie also, in a conversation with Nicola, states that she wasn't sure whether she should have moved towards England. She seems a bit hesitant. Nicola tells her that she's in a good position and not to worry. Katie reinforces that she's not interested in attacking Farron with the AT still there, and that she just wasn't sure what to do with her fleet. Later, Katie shares her concerns with Farron, and Farron tells Katie that she should pull back from England and continue the Western Triple. Over to you, Marcus.
Yeah, so if we move into the fall here, we haven't actually got the retreat results in yet. But the important thing here is what's going on in Ionian. So Farron at first says to Saren, okay, yes, I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to go west. I'm going to attack Katie. And this is exactly what Ed and Saren want to hear. And then she says, okay, I'm going to ask Katie to disband the fleet in Ionian. I'm going to force that, to move off that way then. Then she goes to Katie and she says, I'm going to force Ionian. Could you retreat to whichever one of Aegean or Eastern Mediterranean they leave open? And Katie goes, Farron, what's my fleet doing down here? Am I ever going to get anything out of this? So she doesn't end up agreeing to that. She says it's better if I disband and rebuild at home, which is almost certainly what happens here. And in fact, Seren and Ed protected against the potential attack on that front. Other than that, nothing really to say. They're just all agreeing to do this now I-80, which is Farron seems a little bit uneasy about, but the other two are quite happy with.
Yep. So in terms of the West, Brandon, gets into a room with Katie, asking Katie whether they can just disband the fleet and rebuild as an army. Katie tells Brandon, yeah, let's do that. They agree to bounce in London. Katie agrees to disband that fleet so she can rebuild it. Katie does seem a bit, stressed about her position in this conversation with Brandon. And Brandon is actually telling her that it's going to be okay. So despite the fact that Katie is moving against Brandon is being very kind and, taking Katie's moves actually pretty well. And then there's a conversation between Nicola and Jason where they seem to be on the same page in terms of wanting to work together. Nicola says that he doesn't want to push further east and that he's just going to support himself to hold. Jason says, hey, do you think you can come help me next turn? And then Nicola goes, not really. I've got a France problem to deal with. So, then Nicola goes to talk to Seren, and Seren tells him, can you cut Silesia? Nicola says, yeah, I'll see what I can do. Ultimately has a last-minute conversation with Jason and decides that he's just going to support hold and not get involved in that. Nicola also goes to to England, to Brandon, and asks what they should be doing against France. Brandon asks for, can I have some security with Norway? Can you move to Sweden? Can you move Sweden to Bothnia? Nicola pretty much says, why should I take any risk here? There seems to be some tension in this discussion where Brandon wants space to move against Katie and Nicola is unwilling to provide that. Then a conversation between France and Germany where Katie tells Nicola that she doesn't want to move into England. And Katie asks, hey, is there a chance you can take Norway with, Russian support or support him into Norway? Nicola says, yeah, I'll talk to Jason about it. But then notably in their conversation with Jason after does not bring that up. That's about it.
And then, finally, the thing that I heard right at the end of the phase was a conversation between Katie and Brandon, which was very, very brief. They said, Katie asked whether Brandon was going to take Liverpool with the army or the fleet. Brandon goes, I should probably take it with the army, but the phase had ticked over, so he could not change that. Whether that was intentional or not, I'll leave that to our analysts to decide.
Well, this feels like a pretty big moment in the game, probably one of the first big moments, hopefully one of many for our entertainment purposes. I think it's a good time for us to pause and play a little game we like to call Who Do You Like? It's a game of Pick'em where we try to predict who we feel like has the advantage, who we would like to be if we were to fill in that position as a replacement player on this board. But before we do that, I want to invite all of our viewers to do the same. Go ahead and put in who you like. And while you're at it, go ahead and like and subscribe to the video. If you're having fun, if you're enjoying it, by liking and participating and engaging with the stream helps promote the video and helps others find this video and discover this game that we love so much. David, I'm going to start with you. You've got a chance to come and hypothetically fill in this board. Who would you want to be?
I think France still. And I understand that she looks stronger. Now she doesn't look as strong. I still think France because I still think she's going to have a good relationship with the Italians. And I think that Brandon and Nicola are just not going to have a good relationship. I think there's at some point it's going to frustrate one or both of them that they can't get the other one to do anything. Now, one could also make an argument for either Austria or Turkey, who at least have a strong alliance. But I'd like to point out that the Eastern position now in winter 1984 sort of looks like it is in 1902. In other words, whatever progress was being made to resolve the East is no longer being made. So that's why I'm looking at the West.
Siobhan, what's your pick?
I'm going to go for the opposite side of the board and say that I would like Turkey. I think that the shifting dynamics of the last couple of seasons have really changed the game, and that solid alliance with Saren is never going to go away, and I think Ed, in the long run, will get the benefit of it.
Yeah, and Ed's got some growth potential up through Russia that will be more difficult, at least initially. That'll be more difficult for Saren, I believe. Saren's not going to be able to bust through Italy as easily, and their next stop's probably going to come from Warsaw, I would guess. So it's going to be really interesting to see which of the two of them comes out ahead, and if anybody makes any adjustments based off of that calculus.
The counterpoint on Ed is that I really think Farron is not going to do anything except fight Ed. We'll see. I could be wrong.
I think you might be right there, but I think Ed still does have a lot of growth potential.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to be watching. Actually, Chris Kelly just pointed out exactly what I was thinking. Ed-Saren relationship might go away really soon. Where else can Saren go? So I'm going to be watching to see what happens. How patient will those allies be? Let's find out. David, talk us through these adjustments.
The Army Con is interesting. Obviously a defensive move. If you're really going to keep the AT going and continue to put pressure on the Italians, you just build another fleet there and go to the Aegean. So that's an interesting build. It's a little cagey, or perhaps, one of the commentators is right that there's a little bit, and you're right, Brian, that there's a little bit of tension there. I don't find the French build surprising at all. I don't think there was any choice in the matter. Well, there's definitely no choice in the matter. Nor do I find the Russian disband surprising either.
All right.
Are the Germans ever going to move? I wonder.
No.
They're certainly not moving here. Nobody's doing much of anything. I guess Liverpool to Wales is pretty exciting. Don't you think that's exciting in the West? So I'm going to look at the East
Go
instead.
Brandon.
Yeah, I'm going to look at the East. So you build Army Con, and then you move Ankara to Con instead of just building a fleet in Con to begin with. There must have been some diplomatic stuff going on where there clearly was. I now see that Saren's supporting the army into Romania. So that's clearly what's going on, is some rearrangement / Saren thinking, what else can I do? And supporting the Italians into the Aegean. This is why I didn't really like Ed's position, because I just think Farron's got it in for him at this point. Once you've been in the Ionian and lied about it and all that sort of thing, it's kind of hard to walk it back. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's kind of hard to walk it back.
Yeah, I rescind my love for the Turkish position, because it seems like everyone's decided that maybe it's time to carve him out. The magic of the poem and the serenading from spring of 01 has worn off, and Ed's charm got him this far. But, we'll see if he can negotiate his way out of this, find a friend still. The West is kind of boring. Because part of me wanted to say last season that I liked Nicola's position, except he just keeps doing nothing with it. And
I mean, that is a strategy. And again, Andrew Goff, I hate to bring up, he who should not be named twice in the same night, because he might poof and show up in my hotel room here. But, this is the kind of thing you hold and you don't do anything for a while. And then later on, you take advantage of opportunities. I'm not saying I'm not saying that it can be a bad strategy. It's certainly not much fun to watch, though.
No, and it's obviously not working against him in this case. I just really want to know what's going through his head and if he has a plan or if this is just indecision.
He really just wants England and France to fight, and he's going to look for the opportunity to join the winning side. What's that guy from Game of Thrones, Frey, that just wanted to wait and see
Walder
who would
Frey.
want, and then come in at the end. See, I'm on the winning side.
We'll see how that works out. Didn't work out so well in Game of Thrones.
All right, fall of 1905. I think that Germany's indecision to do anything, I thought it would frustrate Brandon, and I believe it did. Because I think Brandon thinks he can work with Katie, and he does not sure he can ever get Nikolai to do anything. Nikolai actually does do something here, which is try to hit the North Sea, but it's too late. In other words, throw in with Katie, but it's just sort of too late, I think. So you've got the convoy to Holland with support of the French. That's not terribly surprising. Austrians taking Bulgaria, not surprising given the rearrangement that has happened. This has turned into the AIR. Let me get this straight. It was a RAT, then it was an IAT, and now it's an AIR. Whatever. Triples get under my skin, as everybody knows. I wrote an article 30 years ago in which I said why I hate triples. My opinion of this has not changed. But we'll see if they're able to we'll see if they're able to resolve this quickly enough, given the fact that maybe the Western powers want to resolve something, or at least two of them do.
Yeah, it does indeed seem like Brandon and Katie have just gotten a little frustrated with Nikolai's indecision and unwillingness to do anything and have said, well, if he's not going to do it with us, then I guess we have to do it together. And they have the opportunity to, and I think they will both benefit for it in the long run. So Brandon gets the first dot off of Germany. Ed just continues to have so many problems, and by the time this game is over, we'll have seen every permutation of Triple Alliance that might have been possible out of the East. We're missing what, a TIR?
A fur.
So, yeah, a fur. There we go. We'll see what comes next. But yeah, I don't hate the triples. I feel like they've been very popular recently, and I can see why. But as I believe we heard in our last sideline commentary, someone in the game said, so help me if I see another 11, 11, 11 on this board. So let's hope it's not headed there.
I mean, an issue with the triple is what happened here. It kind of freaks the people out on the other side of the board. I mean, it doesn't always, and then it works fine. But it often, with really good players, will freak people out and cause things to happen that wouldn't have ordinarily happened, like Katie going into the med there. If it's just AT kicking around or something, I don't know that Katie does that. She maybe just sends all of her forces against Brandon and tries to beat him.
Well, before we get to our sideline report, I do want to give a quick shout out in chat right now. We have last year's Diplomat of the Year, Peter McNamara, joining us. And we also have two-time champion Doug Moore in chat as well. So just want to thank them for joining us. Let's see our sideline report.
Hey, and welcome to the sideline report for spring 1905 here. We went into this phase. It's a bit interesting now because suddenly the two spheres have divided into their own separate spheres again. So our east-west thing makes sense. So this phase we had a few interesting things, and something very important that I failed to mention last round was that Ed Sullivan had agreed to build Fleet Constantinople and nothing else. He had agreed to waive. That was with Seren, and he obviously did not do that. Now, Seren didn't seem to confront him openly on this, but it did lead to some conversations with Farron about a potential AIR. And she pitched that, then Seren went to Ed, and he pitched bringing back the RAT and pitched that to Jason. It sounded like Seren was on board with the RAT, and then when Ed left, she asked Jason, which of AIR or RAT do you prefer? Which one should we go with? And Jason goes AIR. And Saren just goes, okay, fine, let's go with that then. The backing out of Romania was agreed, it was arranged, but the support into Aegean was not. So Ed knows he's on the back foot here. Over to the West.
Yep. So in the West, it's somewhat more straightforward. Nicola immediately pulls Katie into a room and asks, why did you disband the fleet instead of retreating it? Nicola doesn't like that she has 4 armies now, but Katie was worried about Nicola's armies, being very close to her. They talk about what they can do. There's some talk about, let's convoy Katie's army over to England. Katie says, what are you going to do with your armies? Nicola says, I think I'll go east. So, nothing too concrete coming out of that conversation. But then when Brandon and Katie start talking, Brandon immediately thanks Katie for the disband. Katie seems genuinely very confused at the game that she's playing. But Brandon reiterates that, he really isn't sure what Germany needs to be here for, and he wants to just get Germany out of the way. And they both seem to agree that, Nicola isn't really willing to make any moves or give them any help against each other, and that kind of bothers both of them. Brandon and Katie talk through a bit of their, Katie's stabby past against Brandon for a while. Katie says, I would like to stop being so shady, and they seem to be working it out. Meanwhile, Nicola and Germany have a conversation that I think sort of pushes Brandon to his edge. Nicola suggests a set of moves to Brandon in which Nicola tells Brandon, why don't you put Norway into the North Sea into London, and doesn't offer to move Sweden out of Nicola's way until the fall. Brandon tells Nicola that he doesn't really like this plan because it puts all the risk on him and none on Nicola. Brandon says, would you accept the deal you're offering me? Nicola says, yes, because I wouldn't have a choice. But of course, Brandon isn't too happy about that. And over to you, Marcus.
Yeah, so before we move ahead to the fall, something to note here, the Naples to Apulia move in the south, that was not agreed upon. Farron hadn't outright said that Naples was going to the Ionian, but she'd heavily implied it with Seren. And as you can see, it went to Apulia that year. Seren was very, very angry about that. She said she considered it a stab. And in fact, when she talked to Jason, she sounded like she was all in with Jason as her ally, as the only person who hasn't lied to us thus far. When she went and talked to Farron about it, she did make it quite clear. In fact, I think I've got the quote here somewhere. I take lies very, very seriously, even if they don't harm me. That's my red line. And Farron seemed very dismissive of that. She didn't seem to realize quite how angry Seren was about it. She was just talking tactics about how to proceed. And I mean, it sounds like Seren, from the other conversations, Seren is staying on the AIR for now, but she's very in with Jason more than she is in with Farron because of the way Farron approached that conversation. Meanwhile, Ed is just sounding very defeated in general, going back to turtle up in the corner, not really pitching anything to anyone. I think just hoping this AIR breaks up before it kills him. Over to the West.
Yeah, so in the West, Katie makes that move to Burgundy that was not agreed upon between Germany and France. And the conversation sort of starts off between those two where Katie seems to always be doubting her moves and tells Nicola as such. Nicola, and she tells Nicola that she doesn't really get the vibe that Nicola would have helped her against England. So then moving forward, Nicola goes to talk to England to see if anything can be salvaged here. Nicola, says to Katie, I'm not sure what she's doing, but it seems to be working. Brandon tells him, I need a dot. So Nicola offers support into Belgium. Brandon says he'll take it. Nicola says, I've been trying to work with you a lot, Brandon. And Brandon's reply is, you say that, but you haven't offered me a lot. But at the end of the conversation, they agree to put the army in Belgium, and then they agree to tap North and Sweden, respectively. Brandon immediately goes to Katie at that point. And, is very blatantly frustrated with Nicola and how he plays. Brandon immediately tells Katie about all the plans that Nicola came up with, and then they agree to take Holland together. Meanwhile, while this conversation is going on, Nicola does go to Russia and clocks that, you know, the EF is finally together and tells Jason that he'd be willing to put him in Norway.
And that's it for 1904.
My thoughts exactly. I mean, it's just fascinating what's going on behind the scenes. There's a lot of stress. There's, you know, for as strong of a player as Katie is, I was surprised to hear that she has some doubts as to her own moves. You shouldn't, Katie. You've been playing an excellent game, and trust your instincts here.
I think that was her mea culpa to Brandon. Oh, I'm not sure I was playing right. But the two popcorn moments for me are, first, do what I say, Brandon. You don't have any choice. I want to see that. I want to watch that.
Sure.
And the second one was, you lied to me. I take lies very seriously. I'm enjoying being a spectator on this game.
This is a great game to be a spectator on. I love commenting on it. My other favorite quote of the night, and may just win the night for me, is, Jason, you're the only one who hasn't lied to me.
Well, I got a little word from, yes, we do, Peter. Got word from our producer, Kevin O'Kelly, that Saren at the table at the end of 1905 said, it's nice to still be in 1902. That's kind of where we are right now.
Yeah.
So, and I will say, I think this is a moment that illustrates one of my favorite things about this game. Diplomacy is a game about relationships. And many times in relationships, you start out with lots of flowers and candy and passion, but the real development in a relationship comes whenever there's struggle. And right now, Ed Sullivan is in that moment of struggle with his relationship with erstwhile ally Saren Kwok. Taking a look at Ed's performance over this season, Cap centers above average player, 95%, plus 3 centers at the end of every game over the average player. And a big part of that is his collaboration. 85 percentile does 2.2 on average, 2.2 more supports given and received than the average player. Tends to do really well in an alliance style of game and tends to take those alliances to a large result. That's questionable right now. Really curious to see what result we see from Ed. How will Ed respond in this difficult situation?
Yeah, you often see Turkey attacked by their neighbors, but not after Turkey has been in the bloody Ionian. To the point I made earlier, it's really quite a astounding fall, and mostly because Katie intervened when Katie intervened, but also because not being able to manage the relationship with Saren the way he wanted to manage it, just as you said, Brian.
Siobhan, talk us through these adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, so for the most part, not a ton of surprises. I'm not surprised to see Army Liverpool. It puts another army down, protects the island. You can convoy it eventually. I guess you could have put it in Eddie, but for Ed's part, there were no good decisions to be made here. When you're pulling 2 off the board and everyone seems to be attacking you, so he made the best choice he could. And Eastern Med was going to fall anyway, and I think, keeping the fleet in black instead of the army is the right call.
Yeah, I like it.
All right, so a lot happening this turn. Let's start where it's easy. Down in the southeast, unsurprisingly, Farron just walks right into Eastern Med, follows up into Ionian, and Ed convoys Jason across the Black Sea into his own dot in Ankara, which is a choice. We heard in the Sideline report just a minute ago a lot of just kind of defeatist moments from Ed. But this might just be his chance to say, hey, no, Saren, I was with you all the way. You aren't with me. I'm going to give Jason everything he can get. The rest of the people can get it. I don't want you to have anything. What I am curious about is, what did Serbia support? Looks like Conda Rum. So,
or maybe Black Sea. Yeah, maybe a convoy. Yeah, maybe.
yeah, I'm thinking it was supporting a convoy across to Romania, which Ed chose not to take. You know, it's a little bit empty on Saren's part because it is making it open for her ally Farron to walk into Con and do all of these things. So, but all the fun, I think, is happening in the West as Brandon starts to make actual progress, pulls into Helgoland Bight, does lose Norway, but he saw that coming. So Skagerrak and Helgoland Bight, going to be a really fun fall turn for Brandon, I think.
Yeah, I think this is an EF alliance now, much more solidly. I'm actually surprised by Saren's move there against Jason, which is what she's doing when she goes to Galicia and Budapest. I'm actually a little surprised by that. I actually thought she was going to try to stick with Jason and move on Venice, which is, I think, what Katie was thinking. That's why she went to Piedmont. Although maybe Piedmont's going to go to Tyrolia to get around the corner there, get around the Switzerland corner.
If it wasn't going to Tyrolia before, I think it is now, because with Saren's move away, there's nothing else to do.
Yep.
And yep, indeed, Piedmont goes to Tyrolia. Venice walks into Trieste because Saren vacated all of that. We get Albania to Bulgaria via Ionian and Aegean convoy, which I find really interesting. As Saren just continues against Jason, and Ed will live to see another day because no one's actually actively attacking him anymore. East to Smyrna doesn't really feel like an attack at this moment. But then in Belgium and Holland, Germany supports Belgium into Holland, forcing Brandon to disband. And Brandon gets nothing. And a bounce in London.
Maybe I was wrong about this. Yeah.
It's the EF is back off because Katie is working with Nicola now and pushing up into MAO again from Portugal. But then she's also in Tyrolia, so who knows where her head's at.
Yeah, at first I thought that was just, an EF arrangement gone bad, but I'm beginning to think that's not what that was at all.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Oof.
I mean, maybe. Although, again, if that's what you're doing, Katie, Piedmont to Tyrolia is an interesting way to go. I mean, maybe that's to intervene in the East again. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe she's just trying to leave her options open.
Yeah, we've already had a French fleet in the Ionian. Why not a French army in Vienna? Makes sense to me.
There is clearly a fair amount of emotion going on in the East. It got to be.
Yes. I can't imagine that there's any conversation between an Eastern power and another that doesn't have tension.
Well, except for maybe Saren and Farron. But again, that surprises me a little bit. I understood that Farron was going to go after Ed. Don't get me wrong. But I'm a little surprised that Saren has gone the way she's gone. I mean, it may be the right move. It just surprised me.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's see if we get any insight from our sideline reporters.
Okay, hello and welcome back. This is the 1906 Sideline Report. And Tanya, can you tell us what happened in the West?
Yep. So in the spring, the West was a lot of just, Katie and Brandon talking strategy. They were talking strategy for 5 to 7 minutes. Nicola, sitting alone most of that time, comes in and says, "Can I talk to any of you?" They say yes, but then continue spending a long time talking strategy. Brandon suggests that they try and get Nicola on side, so he lets his guard down. Katie says, "Good luck and enjoy that conversation." So Brandon, goes to Nicola, says, "Nicola, I had to do this. I had to work with Katie because, Nicola, you weren't offering me any freedom by not moving Sweden." Brandon says, "I can work with you, Nicola, and if Katie doesn't leave the English Channel, I will work with you." Nicola then goes to Katie and offers her Holland. Says, Katie, I will help you into Holland. There's nothing else I want more than, Brandon to lose this game. Katie says, yeah, maybe in the fall. Nicola says to Katie, do you remember what Nicola Sahogay did to Farron in VWDC? And says, you have the knife under his throat now. Don't let the knife switch hands. Over to you, Marcus.
And yeah, over in the East, we have a really interesting situation here. I want to preface this by saying I've been in a lot of these conversations with Sarah, and something I've failed to mention so far is how convincing she is in all of them. Even though I'm hearing everything she's saying, I can't tell what she's going to do at the end of the phase usually. So in this turn, she's mainly juggling two different possibilities, one with Jason and one with Farron, right? And one of them is moving to Tyrolia and attacking Venice, and the other one is moving to Galicia and attacking Romania. And she and Farron talk about potentially having Ed convoy himself into Romania, force him forwards, and allow him to survive in Jason's centers towards the end of the game. So just offer him a survival. And Ed is already making plans of his own. He's offered Jason a convoy to Ankara, which you can see happened here, in order to get his own survival there. So that's clearly what he decided to go through with. But important to note, Saren said to Farron, I'm not going to tell Ed about this until right at the end of the phase because I don't want him to leak that to Jason. So we didn't have a clear idea of whether she was even going to pitch this to Ed until right at the end of the phase. And she was talking to Jason saying, Farron will never turn on Katie. She was talking to Farron saying, I gain more from Jason. As you can see, she ended up going with the plan that involved Farron here. And Ed lied to her about taking the convoy to Romania. That's another important factor there. Over to the West for the fall.
Yeah, so the fall moves once again, Katie's game. So the conversation started out with Katie and Brandon. They talked tactics for a long time. It seemed really to me as if they were solidified against Germany. Brandon even asked, Katie, can you move out of the English? Katie says she'll move it to Mao, which Brandon wasn't super happy about, but concedes it was better than the English channel. And a lot of the phase is spent on a discussion with Katie and Brandon, and they do seem to be really working together. Meanwhile, Saren and Nicola are talking about having to put pressure on Farron to go after Katie. How do we stop Katie and all of that? But then there's this conversation between Nicola and Katie, and Nicola is really trying to pitch to Katie that his only goal is to have Brandon lose this game. Nicola says to Katie, who is your enemy here? Katie says, myself. But, after quite a bit of conversation, Nicola once again offers Katie support into Holland and essentially tells her, I can offer you Dot. What can Brandon offer you? Munich? What else, right? There's a lot of pressure on Katie here. Katie says, all right, I'll do it. And then says, oh my God, I am the flip-floppiest person who ever existed. There's a very quick conversation with Katie and Farron at the end there, where Farron says, hey, can we set up, maybe a bounce in the Western Med? And Katie says, yeah, I don't think so. I think my fleets have to go, stab Brandon once again.
And if we look in the East here, mostly it's just tactics. There's not a lot of cross communication that we hear anyway. Obviously, there's more in the text, but we don't have access to that. This move into Trieste was arranged. They agreed to give the bill to Farron. And then the only other important thing was in the previous phase, Farron had said to Ed, Saren's been incredibly flip-floppy. I think there'll be a chance for us to work together in future. And this turn, Ed sells that hard to Saren. He is saying, Farron offered to stab you. Farron is looking to stab you in the future. You've been flip-floppy. Everyone sees it. If you don't turn on her, then, you're going to suffer for it. And Saren just goes, I really hope you're wrong, and leaves. So clearly not open to that, and is continuing with the AI. We'll see how it works out for her.
Incredible. This game is definitely delivering everything that I love about diplomacy. Beautiful.
Yes, there's a lot of sort of emotional manipulation, emotional posturing going on. It is kind of fun to hear, and I'm sure it's very fun to play. Katie downplaying herself is fun. That's very Katie Gray. As I said, I saw her in person, watched her play. Very much her. She's not really that self-doubty inside herself.
Yeah, this is just fascinating. All the shifting alliances and, Katie calling herself the most flip-floppy person on this board after watching Saren go back and forth for a few years we got some competition on this board, but everyone's gone back and forth and everything changes every season. So
look at that North Coast build. Speaking of things that can't be described as wishy-washy, Fleet North Coast.
I mean, if there was ever a time to do it, this is, I love that for Jason.
You've got Fleet North Coast while simultaneously having the Austrian making moves against you. Shows a little bit of confidence in Jason's ability to either fend that off tactically or perhaps confidence in negotiations.
Well, and Saren really can't, given the situation, really can't do anything at this point except go after Jason. Probably.
Yeah.
All those armies, where they are. But not very effectively. If you look at the bounce, which is, that's what Jason was, that's why Jason thought he could build that fleet. Because he thought he had the tactical chops to be able to do that. And, Tyrolia staying put and not doing anything except looking pretty is an interesting choice, isn't it? But we do now have the full, Brandon Katie, the second great Brandon Katie war is in Germany's again going to sit on the sidelines and watch. Going back to Berlin. I'm just going to sit out, just going to hang out.
It's very on brand for Nicola and how he's been playing this game. It's not even just sitting there anymore. It's, no, I'm actively going to move my armies a little further away. Perhaps appeasing Katie a little bit because he has had all those armies kind of locked up over there for so long. But, we'll see what's next. Katie's setting herself up into position to take Liverpool. Yeah. That'll be about it for this year, I believe. As Brandon just brings everything home and turtles up on the island because that's what he has to do. And, Jason making moves to make an attack on Sweden. We'll see if Fleet North Sea wants to cut Denmark to help him in that, or if it's just going to interfere with Brandon some more, which seems to be the way that this board is going.
Nicola's position, he really is just going to go sit around while there's 4 French armies near him. So his earlier comment about it, the only thing I care about is Brandon losing the game, that there might be some truth to it.
That's holding true. What did Brandon do to Nicola to deserve this treatment?
Supported the French into, I guess he went into Holland with support. I didn't mention this, but Naples to Tyrrhenian.
Yes. It's interesting.
I guess you build a fleet. You've already defeated the Turks. What else do you do? Sending a fleet to the. I'm sorry.
Oh, go. Sorry. I just saying, can't make Katie happy. It's. Yeah. We'll see where she goes next.
Well, if people are going to play balance of power, and somebody thinks that Katie's about to get Liverpool and therefore increase her power. Maybe you do that. Yeah. And of course, what I was saying is you build a fleet. I'm not sure what else you do.
Aside from hold, which is.
Or go to the Eastern Med with Ionian and then move to Naples to Ionian. That's. Maybe. I would be, to be honest, I would have been tempted to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Leave kit, but I play differently than some of these other folks. I might have been tempted to do that. Send my stuff in there. Oh yeah, we got to make sure we kill Ed, and then use those fleets to take stuff from Saren.
Yeah. But, we'll see where they go. I don't mind being in Tyrrhenian Sea right now. We'll see if it continues westward or if it flips back to be a pain for Saren.
Yeah.
Well, it's a risky move by Farron with a French army sitting in Tyrolia. There's going to be a fun little guess around that for our next turn. And I'll be honest, I think this is one of the biggest moves that we've seen of this game. I really thought that France and Italy were just going to leave each other alone for the entire game and maybe until the very end of the game or something like that. But this is a sign from Farron. I'm not sitting around. I'm going to make sure that I have some influence and control over this game. And maybe there's no actual intent to take anything from Katie, but it's definitely got to give Katie some pause and slow down to make sure she can't run away with this game.
Well, yes. And I think this is a good time to pause just a second for people that are watching this game, learning the game. Two big schools of thought are, I got to go slow Katie down versus I got to race her by getting more centers as quickly as I can. You can't, it's hard to do both. And the question is, which one makes sense? It's obviously situational. But at some point, if all you do is go back and forth and try to put little fingers in the holes in the dike, at some point, the flood comes from the other direction.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to build up your own dam.
And not to spend too much time on this turn, but I really do think it's a key moment in this game. Farron Jane at the start of this game had no friend but Katie and was hanging on for dear life. And now Farron has a choice between two potential allies in Katie and Saren, and appears to have made the choice to stick with Saren. We'll see how long that lasts and whether that continues. But that's a very significant strategic shift in the feel of this game right now.
Little guessing game here. Some people in the chat are saying, yeah, Tyrolia to Venice then, because you got that fleet. I would actually guess that the Italians are going to cover that and go to Trieste. Mm-hmm. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe take a flyer
or neither one, or maybe neither one. But if I were trying to take something from Farron here, I think I'd probably guess Trieste.
Yeah.
That doesn't do either one, though. It tries to take Munich. Oh, my gosh, Katie, you really are stabby today. You are back flippy today. Oh, my.
Didn't tap Kiel?
Didn't well, didn't tap, it wouldn't have mattered because Berlin was also supporting it. But yes, It's a little curious. It's actually very curious. Maybe that was all arranged to make so that she could stay in Tyrolia and not appear threatening. Because she's got to know that wasn't going to work. What else was Berlin going to do?
Was the only thing
got to be some. Yeah. That's got to be some kabuki theater. It doesn't help because Western Mid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. So Saren makes a lot of good movement this turn in Austria. Con, Romania to Bulgaria, doesn't lose Vienna to either Farron or Katie, who could have gotten Dottie if they'd wanted to. But really the telling moves of this turn for me are up in the north with Jason and Nicola finally moving things into position, the three fleets that they have between them, to be yet another problem for Brandon Fogel, as though he needed more.
And of course, we should have said, rest in peace, Ed Sullivan.
Yes. Good game, Ed.
There's many things from the 1970s and 80s postal hobby that were written that don't necessarily hold true in today's meta. But one thing that I am a firm believer in and do believe sticks around is the witches theory. Here we see a very clear example that the Wicked Witch of the North and the Wicked Witch of the South, that being England and Turkey, tend to do well when the opposite side is also doing well, and tend to struggle whenever their partner is struggling. And that's exactly what we're seeing in this game.
Yeah, that's a really good thing to point out, Brian.
Well, I, for one, want to hear the dish on this particular game or turn. So let's hear from our sideline.
Okay, welcome to the 1907 Sideline report. Now, this phase starts off in a way you might not expect, with a draw vote proposed by Seren. She's very annoyed about Piedmont to Tyrolia, and she wants to see if people are actually willing to fight Katie. That's combined with the stuff that's happening in the north. Nobody publicly vetoes, but somebody does privately veto, possibly several somebodies, probably several somebodies. Afterwards, Seren goes and talks to Farron, immediately pressing Farron about Tyrolia. Farron claims it wasn't agreed with her and that it was a blindside. Spoiler alert, you can see from the map, assuming I've got the right map up. I've not got the right map up. There you go. You can see from the map, it absolutely was agreed. Tyrolia ends up support holding Trieste. Farron actually agrees with Seren to tap Tyrolia and ask Casey to go to Munich in this phase. And right at the end of the phase, Seren actually enters Farron's room and points out that she still hasn't talked to Katie yet. So Seren was watching where Farron was going all over that time. Farron very quickly goes to talk to Katie, but basically just says, please, can you support hold me in Trieste? So clearly they're working together quite closely there. Over to the west.
Yep. So in the West, this starts off with poor Brandon pulling Katie into a room and telling her, you let Nicola come between us. And Brandon, once again, is pitching, Katie, turn around, I'll keep working with you. And, he's really, really trying to get Katie back on his side, or at least, saying to her that he wants her on his side. Katie then says, how many times can I lie to you and you believe me? And Brandon replies, you are still my best bet for an ally after all this. I just need you to be an ally. So after that, Katie goes to talk to Nicola. And Nicola says to Katie, I want you to keep attacking Brandon. Brandon is the worst for my game, etc., etc. And it appears as if the power, when you follow these conversations, is still with Katie here, despite her stabbing both of them. So Nicola is essentially saying that, he's willing to give Katie whatever she needs for the win, and he just wants to survive. He even offers to move out of Munich. Katie says she won't go in there. So after which we get a small little conversation at the end there between Nicola and Brandon, where Nicola says, Brandon, you move out of, my borders and we can start working together. And Brandon just says, yeah.
Right, and if we go forward to the fall here, in the east, we end up with a lot of conversations around this Farron-Katie alliance. And as you'd expect here, everything sort of revolves around it. Seren is saying to Farron, you need to build fleets, you need to go west. And Farron is going, sure, but I need the builds to do it. I can send all my fleets west if you let me take Greece and then disband your fleet here. And Seren is kind of unsure at first, but then goes, look, I can see this. You're the only person who can stop Katie from winning this board, right? So I kind of have to go all in and trust with you here, but please actually do it. And the conversations between Katie and Farron still don't seem to indicate that that's going to happen. This move to Western Mediterranean was completely agreed upon between them, although Katie seemed a little unsure about it. Farron saying that they could work together to push it out into the north so it's not a threat to her. Meanwhile, Seren is talking to Jason and says, you need to make sure that I'm strong. Farron and Katie just stick together this entire game, because then Farron is just going to run over the east. If I don't gain a little bit of strength, I'm the only person who can face that alliance down on this side of the board. So she successfully convinces Jason to support her into Constantinople. Not that it's needed, because Smyrna also did so, but it was just to be safe. One last thing, she goes back to Farron, says, actually, I'm not comfortable about giving you Greece here. Clearly, she's been somewhat talked out of that. And Farron is very annoyed by that, is saying that, I really need Greece, I really need your fleet off the board so I can feel comfortable in sending my fleets west. Saren is just not giving her what she wants. They end up negotiating over the timeout, and both of them are quite annoyed that it went over the timeout without them noticing. They end up not having a resolution to that. Sorry, over to you in the west.
Yep. So in the West, it starts off with a lot of coordination between Jason and Nicola. So Nicola, spoiler, is not keen on actually giving the game to Katie after all. So Nicola then talks to Brandon, and in this conversation, he says, "I think it is sad to say, but Jason Mastbaum is our only hope." So there's some kind of coordination between England, Germany, and Russia here. Saren joins their conversation, quite agitated in the middle, and just asks why no one is doing anything about Katie. Saren then leaves, and Nicola and Brandon have a very nice long chat about their past and their past mistakes and their mistrust. It's kind of like listening to like a couple fighting and then maybe making up. France and Germany then have a discussion, and Nicola tells Katie, "I'm not going to let you have Munich, but I'm not going to screw you over or attack her." There's a conversation at the end there where Nicola tells Jason that he's setting up to take Holland next year.
That's everything for 1907. Back to you in the studio.
And Farron Jane making the big moves in 1907. Farron has a top share of 92%. Farron has topped in basically a third of the games that Farron plays. A very, very frequent participant in top boards. In fact, Farron is the only player to have participated in every single top board of the virtual era. An incredible stat, but Farron has never found a way to pull out and win the big one. Never won the top board. So some people have summarized that is primarily because Farron plays pretty strong alliance style, which does not always lend itself towards success in a top board situation. Really, really going to be curious to see how Farron's style plays sitting here in Italy in this kind of position, making a big move. Is that going to pay off?
Help me, Obi-Wan Mastbaum. You're my only hope. That is going to be such a line that we're going to use in the diplomacy hobby from now on. I am really surprised and very impressed, honestly, that Fleet Terrainian Sea to Western Med is arranged between the two of them. That is genius. And I really like it for Farron in particular, because as I said before, it's not a path to Italian board top to go and screw around it with the French possessions when France is building. And you've still got all those other people behind you in the East. Go take their stuff. So we'll see. We'll see if that may not be what she does, but at least this gives her the option to do it. Oh my God. 2 Fleet Venice builds in the same game. If she pulls this out, I will say good job, Farron, because that is quite a thing to do. That is quite a thing to do here.
The only logic I can find around this is that Farron promised Saren that she would continue building fleets, but can't build them in Rome or Naples without spooking Katie, and didn't want to waive. It's all I've got.
That's all you got. That's all I got. I don't even have that. I can't even say that one with a straight face.
I'm trying here.
But misdirection. Misdirection. Maybe that's what this is, just misdirection.
Yeah. It's been working for her.
It's definitely a choice. And I will say that I strongly said I did not care for that earlier. And I mean, look at where we are. So what do I know? Farron's playing on the top board.
Yeah, you don't see any of us on the top board. So
that's right.
No.
Okay, a lot of movement around England this turn. So we get a convoy over to Edinburgh as NAO attempts to take a swing at Norwegian. Helgeland takes Holland from Katie because somebody has realized that this is a big threat. MAO takes the English with Western Med following behind. So again, probably completely arranged between the two of them. Farron doing exactly what she said she would, which is just pushing it up and north, essentially making it another French fleet for all intents and purposes. And it looks like Saren and Farron have made up whatever tensions they had going on last year. They're working together to get into Tyrolia. Saren has allowed Farron to take Greece, is disbanding the fleet as they discussed. And they're actually making a push against Germany, finally. So as Germany takes Holland from Katie, Katie takes Munich from Germany.
You know, I will say just one quibble about Katie's moves. I don't like North Atlantic to Norwegian. There was virtually no chance that Norwegian was not going to convoy that army somewhere. The real question was going to be Clyde or Edinburgh. Yeah. So I think that was a wasted move. At least if you were in Clyde right now, you'd have more, you'd have a little more options to make, I think.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Not a big deal. It's probably a minor point.
Yeah.
But the Italian fleet does in fact go to the mid-Atlantic. Now we'll see if it's going to do that or if it's going to go backwards into Portugal. Or Spain. We're going to find out in just a minute. I'm beyond predicting this.
Italians in mid-Atlantic and their choices around Portugal were one of the defining attributes of this year's DBNI during our semifinal rounds. It's hilarious to me in so many ways that we see this yet again in our championship game.
But in none of those games did we have a late fleet Venice build that literally can't go anywhere unless your enemy at some point is Saren.
Yes. So speaking of Fleet Venice, it does decide to move out to the Adriatic. But for all that effort, Farron loses Trieste, which could have been arranged, but seems unlikely because you did attempt to cover it, but didn't support it with the fleet you do have. So some curious things are happening here. Farron keeps Greece, but loses Smyrna to the Austrian and the Russian, who seem to be back on board together, while Katie keeps Holland but loses Munich, and that's a lot of arrows up there. Liverpool.
And she loses Holland also.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Loses Holland, loses Liverpool, does not keep Munich. So this is all due to the German, the Russian, and the Austrian and the English player all working together against her.
Maybe Saren was going to do this anyway, but the Fleet Venice build, to somebody like Saren who knows the game, she must have realized that Farron was really not in her corner at that point.
Yeah, there's no way you can sell Fleet Venice in that moment. Army
Venice you can sell by saying I'm going to Piedmont. Fleet Venice you can't sell at all.
Yeah.
No, obviously Katie's sort of back on her heels again here.
Yeah, Katie's definitely back on her heels, and the people who gain a lot this turn, really the most, I think, are Jason and Saren. Just wonderful positions for both of them. I mean, Nicola does get a build, but in terms of where people are located and where their units are, Jason and Saren are in an excellent position.
Well, a name that we've not really talked about very much in at least doing well in this game is Saren Kwok, who was our #1 player overall in the 2021 season, coming into DBNI top 28 as the #1 seed. And we're seeing why in this game right here. Got lots of different choices, being tactically flexible, but ending up putting herself into a position where she's got options to succeed. And we're seeing her play through that flexibility right now. Let's find out from our sideline reporters how all that went down.
Welcome to the 1908 sideline report. Over to Tanya for the West.
Yep, there's not too much to report for the spring in the West here. Essentially, Germany, England, and Russia get in a room and they start really talking tactics. How do we push Katie back? What do we do in the north here? And then they eventually end up agreeing that Jason should convoy his army over to Eddie since it's guaranteed to work. Jason leaves, and then Nicola and Brandon have this conversation where Nicola confirms that he really wants Brandon to live. Brandon reminds him, yeah, I mean, eventually you'll need my help against Jason when Russia grows. So then over to, France and Italy. So France, so Farron tells Katie that, she wants to take her dots off Saren, and that her and Saren want to sort of dislodge the army in Tyrolia. Katie agrees, sure, dislodge it, I'll retreat to Piedmont, whatever. They, are talking about coordinating moves, and Farron confirms, like, Katie, I don't want to stab you. So Katie then talks to Nicola, and Nicola tells Katie that, he's going to Holland, and he's supporting himself into Munich, and that's what he's going to do. So Katie knows what's coming, and Saren confirms to Nicola that, they're going to move to Bohemia and force Tyrolia to retreat, and eventually Nicola will be able to get Munich back.
And then over in the east, Saren immediately goes to Farron, starts talking about what Katie and Farron intend for the end game. Says that if it's a first and second thing, if like Katie has promised Farron second place, she wants in so that she can get third. Farron says that was the initial deal that they made, but if she can win, she will try to do so. But she needs Fleet Greece off the board. That's her condition for attacking, for attacking Katie here. Saren then goes to Jason and to Nicola and tells them both either Farron attacks Katie or everyone else is guaranteed to lose on this board. There's no other option. And she's saying that because if Farron can't win, then she'll let Katie win. And everyone on the board, that's a huge problem for everyone on the board because that would just guarantee a Katie win at this point. So she has to go all in on the assumption that Farron will keep her word, because otherwise the game's just over. They might as well draw. Nicola seems unsure about this. He says that the entire board uniting against the two of them would be able to counter them, but Saren seems unconvinced. Over to the west for the fall.
Yep. So the conversation starts with Brandon asking Katie why Farron is in the mid-Atlantic Ocean. And Katie says, Farron's the only one who was talking to her last phase. So it was agreed upon for Farron to get into MAO. Brandon then tries to pitch, Katie, give me Liverpool back. We can still work together. Katie doesn't really seem to buy it, or either doesn't seem to be too interested. There's really not too much going on in the West here. Essentially, Nicola and Brandon have this conversation where they say that they're okay with anyone winning as long as it's not Katie at this point. So Katie really burned her bridge possibly with these two. And unless we see a change in dynamics, it'll stay that way. Jason then joins the conversation, and the rest of it is sort of figuring out the northern tactics against Katie.
And then if we go over to the east here, we had a huge change of opinion from Saren between these two phases, and I'm not sure what exactly triggered it. I think it might be the unopposed move to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. But she basically goes to, Jason says they need to stab Farron now. She's not going to turn on Katie no matter what they do. And then she was kind of correct about that, because I went to a conversation with Nicola and Farron then, and Farron was saying she'll only move west if Saren moves against Jason. And remember, just last phase, Farron was going, she would move west if Fleet Greece is off the board. Now, Fleet Greece is off the board, the goalposts have moved. And Nicola realizes this. He says, don't make the same mistake as you did in VDC. Don't ask for too much. If Saren gets frustrated, we'll all lose. And that's kind of where the conversation ends. If you remember in Virtual Diplomacy Championship, Farron ended up just letting Nicola Sahuge win because Ed Sullivan would not agree to her demands to make the board even. So Saren goes to Farron, and in a very, very long conversation, I think it was like 10 minutes maybe, basically laid out everything she was thinking about the game. I'm not going to play for hours to elect you over Katie. If you're going to make it a vote between yourself and Katie, that's not how I'm going to play the game. I'm just going to let Katie win, unless you make a good pitch to me. I'm not playing this like a qualifying board. I'm playing this like a top board, and that requires me to play to win. And, I'm not going to play to win if you and Katie have just decided that one of you two wins the game. I'm going to take Trieste. And Farron makes a huge pitch about, we can make progress against Jason together. I can go through into Black Sea. We can push you forward. And Saren is just going, that's so slow. That's so much more slow than anything you'd be doing in the West. That would just guarantee that one of you or Katie wins it. And Farron is really not happy, but Saren is much more annoyed, mainly because when she said she was going to take Trieste, she was saying, Farron said she'd get a disband. Saren just goes, you can take Portugal. Take Portugal. And that wasn't even on Farron's mind. She was not considering it. And the fact she was not considering it made Saren even more annoyed there. So, as you can see, Saren went through with taking Trieste. Farron may well go through with throwing or attempting to throw to Katie, but we'll see how that turns out.
Saren Kwok saying, I'm not playing this as a qualifying game, but as a top board, is one of the most telling things that we've heard from the sidelines so far. Saren has famously this season organized a group of loyal participants in arranged shared tops to earn qualifying spots, but the gloves are coming off, and it is time to make those moves and not watch someone else succeed, putting her destiny into her own hands. Saren Kwok, our number 1 seed, making some moves.
All right, I have a beef with Farron Jane, which is, if you're going to go to the Mid-Atlantic, but you're not going to take Portugal or Spain, at least go to North Atlantic and have the fleet North Atlantic go to Clyde and do something. If you went up there to either help or harm the French, you're not doing either one sitting in Mid-Atlantic. I don't understand that. I really don't get it. Why did French fleet North Atlantic hold and Italian fleet Mid-Atlantic hold? There's no time for all that kind of dithery stuff when you're trying to make a difference in this game. What was the point of going to Mid-Atlantic?
Yeah, I'll agree with that. And I had the same confusion as you, David, when I saw Mid-Atlantic hold last year. It didn't make any sense to me. So I wonder if Farron is still trying to figure out what direction she wants to go. Tensions are high all around this board. And, I'll say right now that Saren has the right measure of this game, and you play it like a championship, not like a qualifier. And it's advice that I give to a lot of new players when they're going to their first top boards is you can't play the same way you did to get here to win this. It's a different game, and people have different goals.
Ain't nobody mad at Jason Massbaum, who has quietly taken the top here.
So
I'm always mad at Jason Massbaum.
Ain't nobody on this board mad at Jason Massbaum. I wasn't counting. Of course you are.
Well, David, obviously things are looking much better for Jason than they were at some portions earlier in the game. Does that change your calculus as to which player you'd want to be stepping into the board here?
To be honest, I'd still think I'd rather be Katie Gray. I'd still think I'd rather be the French. I understand Jason's position has improved a lot. But I still think France has a lot of flexibility here. Now, I don't know exactly what's going to happen in the East, but if I'm Katie, I don't really care that much. If they slowly grind away against the Italians, that's fine. Fine with Katie. What Katie needs to do is figure out how to make a friend. And guess who she can make a friend with? Jason Massbaum.
A Franco-Russian alliance
split up those
would be
people
really
in between. Split up those dots in between them. Now, again, this is not the way some of these players play. But if it were up to me, I'd like, all right, let's clear out some of the deadwood here, i.e. the Germans and the English. Just clear them out. And hopefully I beat you, Jason, or you beat me, but at least one of us wins this freaking game.
Yeah.
That would be my pitch.
The double fleet build. I was hoping I would see that from Jason.
You almost have to, because if you're going to participate either in attacking the Austrians or helping the Austrians against the Italians, you need a fleet.
Yep. It was the right thing to do. Absolutely. And Farron has done something with MAO, and that is disband it.
And that's not surprising. Of course, if it's going to sit there, what good was it anyway? Which was the point that we were making earlier, Siobhan.
Exactly. Okay. I forget who's calling the moves here on this odd turn, David.
It's me. So maybe Katie is going to work with the remnants of Brandon here. That's the support into Clyde is interesting. The AR is doing what it's going to try to do. I mean, that's just going to be slow going. I understand that from a relationship point of view, that's the way this has turned out. But AR against 4 Italian fleets, the math doesn't work real well. The only thing you've got going for you is advantage in the Tyrolia area, but that's about to not matter because the Italian fleets are going to get in position. The interesting thing, which has been true for this whole game, is what is Nikolai's game plan? And in this particular situation, what is his game plan? It looks like a pinwheel.
Every turn he spins one direction, then the next turn he spins the other way.
I mean, the fleets could have just gone ahead and taken the North Sea, for example. But, I don't know diplomatically what the situation was, but just from a pure tactics point of view, it looks like a pinwheel. It's spinning around like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually find the most interesting set of moves this turn to be Brest MAO and Burgundy to Marseille.
Yes. Yep.
So is Katie finally ready to take something off of Farron to jump into that fight, prop her up? We'll see where it goes, but I think in the long run, it does not spell good things for Farron.
I don't like Burgundy to Marseille. I think that's a flub. You've got to stay there until you know what the Germans are doing. I'm not entirely sure what that's all about.
With only 2 French armies and, now Germany is armies in Holland, Ruhr, and Munich, this was not the moment to do it.
No, I think no, I don't think so. I mean, the Brest and Mid-Atlantic I'm fine with if you think you need to support Holland. Okay, fine. I'm not sure I would have done that. I think I would have taken a chance maybe and moved English Channel somewhere and moved Brest and English Channel, but who knows?
Yeah.
Okay, well, she comes back to Burgundy. That's fair. Continued remnants of Brandon, he just wants to work. Brandon's been wanting to work with somebody. Maybe Katie will let him actually work with her this time. They take Edinburgh. Yeah. I mean, again, I'm not positive that this was the right thing. I mean, if I were Katie, I'd be trying to get Jason to attack the Germans, but maybe she tried and failed. We're going to maybe find out from our intrepid sideline reporters in a minute. But that's an interesting choice to make. Tactically speaking, that's one thing. Let's look at strategically speaking on the east and see what happens there. Black Sea to Khan with support. That actually might be arranged.
I think it is combined with Serbia taking Greece.
Yeah. That makes perfect sense because they got to get that fleet out. That's exactly what that is. That's an arrangement. Yep. Because they got to get that fleet into the Mediterranean.
Yeah, I agree. I saw that pretty immediately and was confused by it and thinking Jason was flip-flopping on Saren, but then, getting rid of Farron's fleets, making them go places that are less useful and
you're teleporting the Army Khan into a fleet Trieste. You're transforming it.
Yes, exactly. So,
or maybe a fleet.
Yeah.
Trieste.
And we'll see. And we have a fleet in the Adriatic again, because that's a theme in this game. And yeah, not much else to add. I think you covered it.
Hey, look, the Germans finally took the North Sea. They have moved out of German territory and territorial waters for the first time in fall 1980.
Yeah.
Well, we've got some really interesting choices this turn, as we've seen throughout this game. Let's get a little more insight from the sideline.
Okay, welcome to the 1909 commentary. We'll begin in the east, where Saren tells Jason she's happy to see him win this game if it means Farron and Katie don't. She is happy to throw this game to him. Interestingly, though, in the north, we see Nicola talking to Farron about ways to attack Jason. And in fact, all of England, France, Germany, Italy are discussing countering this Austria-Russia alliance. I'm going to pass over to Tanya to talk more about that.
Yeah, so the round starts and the Western powers get into a chat room and start speaking about what to do. So Nicola tells Katie that she needs to back off of him and Brandon so that they can deal with this threat in the AR alliance. And then Katie and Brandon coordinate some moves so that they could possibly work together against Russia in the north there. Brandon then goes to talk to Jason and asks him to convoy back. But Jason says, well, what about me supporting you in Liverpool? And Brandon says, oh yeah, I shouldn't trust Katie. So there's this idea that's been going around from some of the players that, you know, Farron and Katie have maybe decided that one of them is going to win, and people want to prevent that from happening. So then Nicola goes to Katie, and, you know, they have this discussion. It's fairly long, but they just can't agree to anything. They can't agree to what to do with Burgundy. They can't seem to agree to demilitarize. So it doesn't really get anywhere. And then Nicola does end up going to Brandon and telling Brandon that his goal is to be in Ruhr and to put Brandon in Belgium if he can in the fall.
And then if we move to the fall here, so in the south, we see shock at Nicola's orders in specific. Is he trying to turn around? He really didn't do it very well. If so, that was what Saren said. They pull Nicola into a room. This is Saren and Jason, and he makes the most over-the-top performance I've seen this game, saying he hadn't seen Brandon support to Clyde. He trusted Brandon. How could Brandon do this? It had me cracking up. I'm glad I was on mute. Saren and Jason are both quite frustrated. He agrees to push out Katie and move to north, but when he leaves the room, they both state they don't trust him, and they're debating moving on Silesia and Bohemia. They right at the end of the phase, they do decide against this. Right at the end of the phase, Nicola goes to Jason and says, I trust you, but if you stab me in Sweden, I am throwing this game to the other side. Like, he is the most the person people are looking at as the most likely to play for the win, but even he right now is threatening to throw if things don't go his way. Don't make me do that. And over to Tanya for the West.
Yeah, so in the West, the conversation starts with Katie and Nicola, and Katie's upset because she moved her units away and from Nicola, and Nicola is moving towards her. Katie, you know, Katie's like, what do you want from this game? And Nicola's like, right now, I just want to make sure that I have a secure position. And Katie says, well, your position is pretty strong. And then Nicola replies, yeah, it's pretty strong. That is true. And then decides that there isn't much that they can discuss at the moment and leaves the room. So Brandon then tells Katie that, you know, he's not going to tap Belgium here. Brandon says he's willing to support Katie into Eddie since that's the only way they can ensure it actually gets through. And Katie mentions that she's moving her fleet south to help Farron again. So there is coordination between these two now. Brandon then goes to Nicola and, you know, tells Nicola that the plan is actually that Katie is going to put Brandon into Eddie. He was a bit ambiguous about this, but he did say that. Nicola asks Brandon then to cut English Channel so that Nicola can get Belgium. But Brandon can't really figure out why he should be helping Nicola here, right? And then eventually refuses to tap the English Channel. Nicola spends a lot of time trying to get Brandon to work with him, but Brandon cannot commit to it. Brandon then said it would be easier to work together if Nicola was attacking Jason instead.
And that is the Sideline report for 1909.
So often in games like this, particularly in a top board situation, it is the power who is in contention that can best work with the weaker powers that finds success. And you've got that jury of your peers situation. And that's a little bit of what we've got here. Brandon Fogel being a key part of what happens in the West. And these stats show just how impressive Brandon's play has been this season. Not going his way this particular game, but oh my God, every single statistic, 98th percentile, 100th percentile, 99th percentile. The lowest percentile of all of these stats is Capo 4, centers above average player. 83 percentile is the lowest. Unreal performance from Brandon this season. And finds a way to put those units in a place where he's got choices to use them in a way that will benefit him over and over again. Who knows? Who knows whether or not this is going to come out in his direction? Unlikely, probably, but definitely still staying an active part of this game. David, why don't you talk us through what we're going to see in our adjustments here?
Well, let's see. Katie needs another army. So I'm assuming we're going to see an army Paris to counter Nikolai trying to poke into to Burgundy, etc. The Russians, well, the Austrians, I really do think she's tempted to build a fleet here in Trieste because they know they need some more fleets to deal with the Italians. One fleet's not going to help very much. Honestly, I'm not positive I would do it, but I think she's going to be tempted to do it. That's what that whole thing was about with self-bouncing in Trieste, because you could have just supported an army there instead and then built an army behind and already be there. So I think that's what she's doing is fleet Trieste. Jason has a lot of options here, but he thinks he's got Germany on side. I'd be tempted to build another bloody fleet in north of coast and go up there and really double down on it, triple down on it. I mean, as opposed to what? There you go.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Yeah, Russia having almost every Russian solo that I've ever seen, and I don't think we're gonna have a solo in this game, but no. Just as an indicator of success, almost every successful Russian that I've seen ends up with a heavy fleet presence in the north, and that's arguable. Is it because they're building fleets in the north, or is it because they can build the fleets in the north? But one way or the other, Russian fleets in the north is never bad for Russia.
Okay, and speaking of those Russian fleets in the north, there is now one fewer of them as France supports an attack on Norwegian and has nowhere to retreat. Tried to take the North Sea, but failed because... Oh, I can't even... London supported English Channel to north. Why did that fail? Had two supports. But yeah, so, and Nicolas, who has suddenly decided to start moving in this game, continues marching forward into the French homeland, or closer to it at least. Takes Belgium. Nothing Katie could have done about that, except I suppose used English Channel to support it, but it would have gotten cut anyway. And meanwhile, down in the south, as I would have expected, Saren is crawling that newly built fleet down along the coast, putting it in Albania, covering Trieste from behind with all those armies, and doing their best. It's going to take a while, but they will get that fleet into play.
Yeah, that is slow going. I mean, I've said this many times. People are tired of hearing me talking in general, but talking about the Austro-Russian alliance being difficult to pull off because you don't have fleet presence in the mid is just a fact. And at some point, you end up trying to figure out, all right, what do I do now? Because my armies can't get to you, Italians, because my armies are stuck. It's, but at any rate, I'm not sure I understand why the Norwegian didn't get to North Sea either. Unless...
Kevin O'Kelly explains it in the comments.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. Yes, thank you very much. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Cannot dislodge yourself. Yes. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's a lot happening this turn, and let's never miss the fact that Katie Gray slipped into Tyrrhenian Sea.
You know what's so awesome about the move to Norwegian? It kills the fleet. Because you go to
does.
Clyde, the other one went to Barents. It kills the bloody fleet.
It's-
What a nice move. What a nifty move.
100% Brandon Fogel came up with those tactics.
Katie could have also. I mean, they're both
feels
really
very
good
Brandon to
tacticians.
me.
Don't get me. I mean, I don't know who's to blame for this, so to speak, or who's to give credit. I just think it's a nifty move. Really nifty.
Yeah.
I have seen Katie make some incredible tactical plays, but I've also seen, I have been on the receiving end of many incredible plays from Brandon. So that two-headed monster, they've got time to come up with some good stuff.
Hey, look who's back to help. French fleet. I am back here to help.
Yes.
As I think I quoted earlier, I'm from France and I'm here to help. And of course, she doesn't really need the help. Really. That's what I said earlier about Katie shouldn't really care about the AR versus I. That's going to be a slow grind. So,
yeah,
interesting.
Well, if you are enjoying the stream and you're looking for a way that you could get involved, the 2022 Online Diplomacy Championship is taking signups right now. You can visit the Play Dip Tournaments category in the playdiplomacy.com forums and sign up before April 2022. Sometime in mid-April, they're going to have a cutoff. This is the Online Diplomacy Championship. So every major format has a world championship. Face-to-face, we have the World Diplomacy Championship. In virtual, we have the Virtual Diplomacy Championship every December. The Online Diplomacy Championship, because extended deadline format takes so long, alternates every other year. Traditionally, it moves back and forth between the larger online sites. So Play Diplomacy, WebDip, Backstabber, etc. So this year, PlayDip is hosting the ODC, and we're anticipating that there will be enough participants that this will count towards DBNI points, either in the 2023 or 2024 season, depending on when the game ends. Or I'm sorry, 2022 and 23. So if it ends in next year's season, it will count towards that. And if it continues longer than that, which sometimes they have, it will count to whatever season it ends in. So definitely sign up and check that out if you'd like. And while you are at it, if you have not already done so, please go ahead and like and subscribe to our channel. This does help YouTube share this video with people who may enjoy diplomacy. So if it's a game you like as much as we do, please engage. We've had several players, including Farron Jane, who you're watching right now, discover the game of diplomacy and on playing in competitive diplomacy by watching these streams. So it does have an impact. Please help us out. With that, let's get back to our game.
Yeah, so as we continue on, Jason in the north is trying to make up for the ground he lost in the spring. Norway goes to Norwegian, trying to prevent Clyde attempts to convoy over, can't because Norwegian is dislodged. But the GR losing more ground to the EF that seems really solidly on board, losing the North Sea. There's nothing that Germany can do. Well, interesting choices that Nicola had on the German homeland, whether to put it all in on supporting an attack on Munich or supporting Belgium. In this case, that just seems like it's locked down. And, you know, indeed, David, you were right. Katie was there to help. That fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea is just bypassing Naples and going right to Ionian. And Saren helps herself to Romania.
I think that's so that they can blow the army up and rebuild it as a fleet. I think
It
that's what they're doing.
must be, yeah.
Yeah, I thought France was there to help. I'm just, in the long run, is France really there to help is the question.
Oh, yeah. Only for now.
France taking the North Sea is significant.
Yes, very significant. Brandon is here to help Katie with whatever she wants at this point. He's sitting on 2. Come back from that seems very unlikely at a late stage of the game. But really, I think the story here is how vulnerable Jason is to a stab by Saren.
Yes, but then what? I mean, I think that you're right, but the question is, Saren doesn't want to be all by herself. All by herself. She doesn't want to do that. So, and she doesn't think she can work with Farron at this point.
No.
For relationship reasons. So I think she's sort of in for a penny, in for a pound. But I guess we'll find out.
Well, let's hear from our sideline reporters as we have reached a winner of 1910 in the 2022 Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational Championship game.
Okay, hey, this is the 1909? That looks wrong. 1910 sideline. This should be a shorter one because these pairs of these people split.
Looks like we may have lost audio here. I'm going to see if I can pause and restart this. Nope. All right. Sadly, it looks like we're going to have to go. Sadly, it looks like we're going to have to go without that sideline report. So hopefully we'll have better luck with the next one. Least with them saying it was a shorter one. Hopefully we didn't miss too much. So, all right. Well, let's go ahead and move on to winter of 1910. Siobhan, why don't you go ahead and read us through these adjustments, tell us what it means, and take us through our play-by-play.
I mean, I love to see it. Another double fleet build from Jason Massbaum. Had to get that third fleet back in the north after one was disbanded last year. You see a fleet disband from Katie in Edinburgh, which actually I can get behind at this point. And then a fleet build in Kiel. So, I mean, the EF still has a lot of thinking to do. A lot of fleets are getting built and deployed against them, but tactically, they've been very strong together so far.
You know, the third fleet build really starts to give Nicolas some ability to start projecting some power. You know, he's been awfully static in this game, and I sound like I've been critical of that. And I think I said all along, it's just kind of boring for us to watch, but it may be an okay strategy. If he can come and pick up the pieces here, the three fleets, along with the Russian help, could really make a difference. I mean, they can obviously beat the French with the English vassal because there's just not enough power there from France.
100% that, yeah, the Germans and the Russians have the upper hand.
Yeah. So Nicolas Taillet's only been playing for a little less than a year. Has had a meteoric rise to success, winning the Virtual Diplomacy League, and really, I think bringing, I won't call it a unique style because I think it's pretty common in the French hobby, but one of shifting alliances, one that you don't see a long-term alliance from Nicolas, but instead finding what's going to make sense for that particular turn. And some people criticize that, especially here in the United States, but we've seen him use it to great success. And I think that I love the fact that on this top board, we've got such a diversity of play styles coming in. And I've loved watching Nicolas this season. His performance during the Virtual Diplomacy League was dominant, especially with his play of Russia, soloing as Russia, coming with multiple board tops, not doing quite as well as Germany. This kind of wishy-washy alliance structure may pay off, like David said, but it's also a little bit risky as we're getting towards the back half of this game, or what I assume would be. But just taking a quick look at Nicolas' performance this year, what stands out to me is his capo for the single largest of any other player, getting off to a faster start than anyone, +3 over everyone else. Also, very collaborative player. So what that's indicating to me is while the alliance might not be there, there's still a ton of collaboration with other players. So +3.1 supports compared to the average player. And then give and take indicates +1.7 means that he's giving more supports than he's receiving in the top 83 percentile. So for someone that is switching back and forth between alliances, there's still a lot of collaboration with other powers. It's a fascinating style. I'm really glad that we get to watch that as part of the DBNI this year.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It is also important to note that diplomacy can be, especially tournament diplomacy, a little bit of an endurance game. And it is now around 4 a.m. for Nicola in his time zone. So got to be rough trying to stay up that long and stay sharp and play at this top level. That's one of the rough things about having, I love the international play. But that does make it difficult when you've got players from multiple time zones. Farron Jane playing from, I believe, in Korea right now, and started the game somewhere around 2 or 4 a.m., something like that. So we've got some players that made some big commitments to try and make this time work for everyone. Really grateful for the players choosing to make that happen so we can watch such a fantastic game.
That reminds me to correct something that you said at the very beginning of this show. The diplomacy play this year has not been from 5 continents. It has been from 6 continents.
6 continents. Wow.
Because we got a guy that's been playing from Morocco.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
And we have somebody that's been playing from Korea, and we've obviously have had Australasians. So we got 6 continents going, baby. We're 1 to go. Got to get some Antarctica scientists involved. Yeah, got to get some scientists from Antarctica in here. The second thing I was going to say has escaped me, so I'm sorry about that. I was so excited about getting Antarctica in the fold that I forgot.
Well, why don't you take us through spring of 1911?
All right. Well, the East is a little bit static, and that's because, guess what? It's locked up. So in the West, let me see what's going on there. Well, we get the fleet in the north into Norway, fleet in the Helgen Blight. At some point, this has got to give. As we were just saying, there's not enough strength there. The English army is not as much help here, except to make sure that they can guess what happens in Norwegian go after something in the fall. So this is kind of locked up a little bit here. The Russian armies are not doing any good where they are, but they also need to stay where they are because they don't want to spook their allies. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, this turn, really, the overarching story is just the positioning of fleets to break some stuff that's locked up right now, both in the north and in the south.
So in spring of 1911, we have our first draw vote. So it looks like we're starting to see some lines form, and perhaps the players are starting to feel out how committed are people, and is it time to, are people still playing this game? Or are we starting to wrap up?
I'm sorry, I forgot what I remember now what I forgot, which is I was going to make a quick commercial pitch to all diplomacy players in Europe. A reason why we've got Nikolai playing this time of night in his time zone is because there have not been tournaments that have been hosted, virtual tournaments been hosted much in Europe, except maybe the Tour of Britain, which is still mostly on a North American timetable. Let's get some other tournaments going, folks. You guys that are and gals that are watching from Europe, you can do it and make us get up in the morning or go to bed early at night. I mean, go to bed too late at night, one or the other. Do it to us. Do it.
And in addition to the European play, we are happy to see that we've got some tournament play in Australia. In Melbourne, PoppyCon will be April 23rd and 24th. And you can get more information or sign up by emailing Andrew Goff, the venerable Andrew Goff, 3-time world champion and widely regarded as one of the best to ever play this game, at acgoff@hotmail.com. He'll get you all the info, get you signed up, and definitely happy to see the Australian hobby, such an important part of the global diplomacy hobby as a whole.
All right. Well, because the AR advance has been blunted, they can actually move their fleets down to Eastern Med, Aegean, and Ionian. So you thought this thing was locked up in the east before. Now, where it is not locked up is where Katie clearly did not get her orders in on time.
Oh, no.
And that is really frustrating. It happens sometimes. Sometimes there's a technical problem. Sometimes you run out of time. You've messed up on when the time is due. That is really unfortunate that that has caused a loss of Burgundy.
Yeah, that is really heartbreaking, and we've all been there, unfortunately. And whether it was just spending too much time in negotiations that you don't get your orders in the box, or you forget to do something because you have 10 million things going on, it happens to the best of us. But yeah, I anticipate
that is devastating. That is devastating.
Yeah, I anticipate we'll be seeing a few more draw votes, but I would be shocked if Nicola took them at this point.
Definitely changes the dynamic of the game.
No question about that.
It's also important to note that we do have Grace enabled in the DBNI. So it is okay if somebody does not submit orders at all, that they'll have an opportunity to correct that. But we do have, it looks like, one move. So probably a submission of provisional orders would be my guess, an initial order. So Grace probably was not triggered in this particular place. So really, really rough situation for Katie. And yet another example of how diplomacy is an endurance game. It's also important to note that the time does speed up around this time of the game, shifts from 15-minute turns down to 10-minute turns. So the game does begin to move extremely rapidly at this phase of the game. All right, well, let's before we proceed on, let's hear from our sideline reporters in 1911.
Hello and welcome to the 1911 Sideline Report. We'll start out by saying it's more or less the same as before. It's mainly tactical discussion in those two groups of three. When they did eventually split off to talk to one another, Nicola told Brandon that he wants to get to 9 before he attacks Jason. And he also told Brandon to run to Portugal to survive, something which Brandon refused to do. Going to hand over to Tanya for the rest of this.
Yeah, so like Marcus said, just more tactical discussion. Between England, France, and Italy, they were talking about potentially throwing the game at this point, or also perhaps being the ones to force Nicola to make the move. Most of the discussion involved throwing to Jason Massbaum. But there is a discussion between Saren and Farron, where Saren says that, she will attack Nicola at some point if it means Jason can top the board. So Saren seems to be like team throw to Jason, but Farron tells Saren that she can still win this. And Saren says she doesn't see how she can get anything with Farron bottling up all her sides. Farron still tries really hard to convince Saren that Saren is still in it to win this game. And in the fall, once again, they go off to their separate rooms. They have same kind of discussions. Brandon, Katie, and Farron do seem pretty exhausted. They talk about how they can make this game as slow as possible and how to sort of throw to Jason. So Brandon pulls Jason into a room, and while he was doing so, Jason had asked permission from Saren and Nicola about whether he can speak to Brandon. Brandon expressed his shock that Jason asked his alliance permission to speak to him. Brandon said to Jason that, he was talking to Katie and Farron about throwing the game to Jason. Jason says, hey, listen, if you let me have Eddie, it'll be a good sign that you're serious. Brandon says, well, what are you going to do with it if we give you Eddie? And Jason says he'll build another fleet. So Jason just goes back to Nicola and Saren and tells them that Brandon is getting trying to get him to sway it to the other side.
And yeah, very quickly before we go, there was one more comment from Nicola Taye as well, who is currently, it's 3:30 in the morning for him right now. And this game seeming to grind to a halt, he made a comment that this is all Michalis Camaritis' fault for throwing that game to Katie in the qualifiers, because if Nicolas had been at the top of the power select, he would have chosen France and he would have been dead by now. That was his comment. So yes, that has been the Sideline report for 1911. We will see you next time.
This is such a fascinating point of every game of diplomacy. It really, especially on a top board, when players have to decide if it's not going to be me, who is going to win? Who do I want to win? And Saren right now, I think, has the biggest, most difficult choice. Is Saren going to stick with her ally and is going to ride with Jason? Or is she going to make a move? And it sounds like she's got the devil on her shoulder, kind of making the pitch for making the move and it being her to win this game. That's going to be what I'm watching as we move into the next season. David, I think the question that yes. The question I have for you, David, is does anyone have a shot besides Jason to win this game?
Nikolai has a shot. Nikolai's definitely got a shot. There is no such thing. I will go on record as saying this. There is no such thing as a secure 8-center Russian position. No such thing. It's essentially indefensible. If people want to take Russia down at 8, they can almost always do it. Now, if Russia's at 14 or something, maybe not, but 8, and you can have an 8-center France or sometimes, or an 8-center Turkey or something that's essentially unassailable in a realistic fashion, at least in any way that anybody's going to try to do. Not true for the Russians. So this is a precarious board top, I think, if Nicola and obviously Nicola's not a strong alliance, I'm going to, do or die with you kind of guy. So I would argue that Nicola's got a shot. It's hard to see how Farron has a shot or Saren has a shot. Katie's got some shot because things can obviously change around if there's a war between Russia and Germany. So I would say it's actually too early to call this game in spring 1912. But we'll see if they do. They don't.
No, we do not call the game. And let's start up in that northwest corner of the board where Brandon tries to throw the support for Norwegian to Eddie, which is, I believe, what Jason said that he wanted. So Jason chooses not to take that, instead swipes Sweden off of the German, backfilling with barons to Norway, and Brandon's putting himself in a position to take Eddie next turn, because if you're not going to take it when I offer it to you, why shouldn't I have it? And everyone's moving away from Brandon. They don't even seem to see him there. And lots of red arrows in the French homeland.
Jason.
Jason. What
a nice.
This is a great turn for Jason. It's been great turn after great turn, but it's looking less precarious than it was a moment ago, David.
Well, I didn't say that it was doomed or anything. I just said that you're precarious. But if you get the jump on the Germans and the Germans don't get the jump on you, then yeah, that's cool.
You love to see it.
It's still not a foregone conclusion for Jason, honestly.
No.
But this was a nice move. What really actually made this happen was the German move into Burgundy.
Mm-hmm.
because it alarmed Jason that that's what happened, and it means there's no defense for Berlin.
Yeah.
So big move for Jason, trying to control his own destiny. But is the rest of the board going to react and suddenly start to punish him for taking a chance? This has shades of Wes Ketchum in the DBNI semifinals. I'm really curious to see if the rest of the board decides to push Jason back, or do they want Jason to win? That's what it's going to come down to.
I think Jason has probably angered people the least.
Well, Siobhan, we've got an event coming up that I think you may have some passing familiarity with, at least. DipCon 2022 is at Whipping. Would you like to talk to us about it?
Yeah, absolutely. So after 2 long years without a face-to-face tournament in San Jose, California, we are back with Whipping at the end of April, so April 29th to May 1st. It will be in downtown San Jose. It's a beautiful time of year to be in California. Come escape whatever insane weather you've got going on in your own pocket of the world. It is DipCon, so whoever wins this tournament will be North American champion for the year. We're expecting a really good turnout. It's in the middle of downtown San Jose, lots of bars and restaurants. If you come in a day or two early, you can go wine tasting. I hear people are planning up to go to wine country. So let us know. The email badassdiplomacy@gmail.com goes straight to me, and I'm happy to give you any information you might need.
And in the top right corner, Kevin O'Kelly, our producer, who's been working extremely hard behind the scenes, trying to make all of us look good and professional, has created a fancy little QR code, which you can see in the top right corner of your screen. If you put your phone over that, it will take you to, I believe, the Virtual Diplomacy Discord server. So if you are looking to participate in virtual face-to-face, that is your hub, your home. So scan that QR code and get involved and join us in these games.
Okay, so fall of 1912. I'll start down in the southeast with Jason, as Farron's fleets are either getting dislodged or fleeing. So, there's not a lot of options here for Farron. So the Ionian gets disbanded and retreats back to Tyrrhenian Sea. Eastern Med backfills Aegean. I don't know if she thought she'd get in there or was just trying to cut something. But that is where we are. Elsewhere, Jason takes the walk right into Silesia, walks out of Sweden, though, which I have to wonder if that was a misorder because Norway also supported Sweden.
That's goofy. Now, the Germans think they're working with the Russians, and in fact, the Russians support the Germans into Edinburgh. So they must have made a deal. All right, fine, take Berlin, but don't take 2 centers from me.
Yeah, it's very curious. So it sort of seems like Jason intended to stay in Sweden, maybe changed his mind at the last minute. But elsewhere, Nicolas getting pushed back. Paris gets back into Burgundy. MAO's covering Gascony as it should, so that he can't forward retreat through that. And
I think this is a deal.
seeing.
I think this is a deal between
Yeah.
R and G, because otherwise Warsaw going to Livonia makes no sense. If you're really pushing forward to your attack, you go to Silesia here. So this is some kind of deal.
Huh. But with Vienna following into Bohemia, we'll see where they go next.
Gosh. You know what doesn't make the Russian position precarious? When you've got everybody working with you that matters.
It seems like everyone wants to work with Jason right now, except for maybe Farron.
Well, yeah, but Farron, yeah.
Katie.
Well, once the French fleet was removed down in the south, Farron didn't have the strength to hold everything.
Yeah.
Well, let's get some insight as to what was happening in winter of 1912. I did forget to say, in spring of 1912, there was another failed draw vote. So these players are still playing.
Okay, welcome to the 1912 Sideline report. Things have heated up a little. Over to you, Tanya.
Yeah, so just to confirm with all our viewers that Katie did in fact forget to order Burgundy to hold. So that wasn't some god tier play or anything to put Nicola ahead. That was purely she forgot to hold Burgundy. So Brandon, Katie, and Farron, once again in a room together, seem to be okay with throwing the game to Jason. They discuss tactics for doing so well while Jason is in the room. Jason then leaves, and the three of them confirm to each other, yeah, sure, like let's just let him top this board so we can finish this. There's also, just to note, a lot of conversation happening through direct messaging, so we don't always know what the players are going to do, or if what they're saying to everyone in the room is totally accurate. So in the fall, everyone but Nicola gets in the same room. And they all seem to be in agreement that Jason should top the board. So a draw vote is called. It then fails. Farron, before Zach tells everyone that the draw vote fails, asks Jason to talk in a room. Now, there's a lot of pointing fingers at who actually vetoed this draw. Farron tells Jason that it's Saren. Saren comes in and blames Farron, saying Farron already wanted to talk to Jason before Zach even announced it, therefore it was Farron. So there's a lot of that going on. And then ultimately Farron says, okay, Jason, I'll support you into Greece. I'm willing to throw this top to you. Let's go. And then Farron, Brandon, and Katie get in a room together. They're in the room together for a while. They're trying to get Jason to join them, but Jason keeps ignoring their messages in doing so. So they are a bit skeptical as to whether, Jason wants to grind this out or if he's willing to take their offer. Over to you, Marcus.
Yeah, and I was over in the room with Jason, Nicola, and Saren for the end of that round. Well, Nicola initially went to talk to Brandon, and Brandon said, we have a game again, which makes you think, he's still in it to win it if he can. Nicola said that Jason has done the only thing that could potentially stop him from getting the board top, stop him being Jason. And when they go to this triple chat, Jason was trying to justify his stab on Nicola to Nicola, saying it would have been a huge slog otherwise. Nicola is not happy at all. He's saying he doesn't want to be below France or Italy in center count at the end of the game, and they could have just negotiated this out. But then Jason offers to leave Sweden. Nicola says that would be okay, but please don't take Berlin either. And that's a step too far for Jason. He's saying, no, I need to take Berlin. I need to get a center up. Then they just keep on negotiating for a while longer. Jason said he's taking Berlin anyway, but will leave Sweden. Then Nicola asks him to do the reverse, saying, I want my home centers. Jason isn't happy about that because he thinks that then Nicola might just tap and take Sweden back anyway. And Nicola is just exasperated at this point because it's 4 a.m. his time and he wants to go to sleep, or at least that's what he's saying. He is starting to sound like he might throw the game the other way. But eventually they come to an agreement. The agreement involved Jason taking the Sweden and not Berlin. So Jason actually went the opposite way, I think, unless I missed a piece of this conversation. But it also revolved around Brandon not getting into the game, so bouncing Brandon out of Edinburgh here just to make sure that he would vote for a draw. And that's pretty much all we have for this phase. We'll see you in the next one.
Jason Massbaum was the Cinderella story of last year's DBNI, qualifying as an alternate and then narrowly missing the top board. He's a little bit of an underdog on this particular in this top board. There was not a single player, either analyst or from the public, who picked Jason to win this game, and only 2 players even picked him to be on the top board at all. So coming in as an underdog, but very much in control of the game at the moment, David, Siobhan, is there anyone else who has a chance at winning this game?
Well, no, I don't think so at this point, unless Nicola, in his 4 a.m. frustration, goes completely berserk. But even then, what does that actually mean? I'm not even sure what that would mean. I mean, throw it how exactly? Just to Katie, Katie's not really in a great position to take advantage of that sort of thing right this minute. So I really think this is Jason's game to lose, unless Nicola has gone berserk and is going to veto draws and stuff, and he may just want to go to bed. I was going to say a thing about Jason. We have joked about Jason. Siobhan loves Jason, even though she jokes about him. Jason's been around face-to-face a long time, has really not competed at the highest level. I mean, he's been a good player face-to-face. He has really come into his own in the last 2 years of virtual play. And it may just be because you get so much practice now because you don't have to travel so far to play in high-level tournaments. But Jason's play has really stepped up in the last 2 years, and I'm pleased for him.
Yeah, I will agree with that 100%. I've known Jason a long time. He's a fellow California diplomacy player. We play a lot of games together, and it's really been amazing to watch. And I'll be curious to see how long he can keep it up before everyone wises up that he's arrived.
I don't see Saren turning on him at this point. I don't know. I don't know why she would, because she's in position for her ally to win this thing. Person she's been working with for a long time. I just don't see any dynamic here changing unless Brandon starts getting delusions of grandeur, which is possible.
It's Brandon.
He can maybe come back and do something. Who knows? He might think that because he's going to take Edinburgh back at some point. Well, how about now? Yeah, I mean, Saren's convoying to Apulia. I mean, she's clearly still all in here with with the Russians. Russians have gone to the North Sea with support because the move to Livonia, I guess, was to try to mollify the Germans. It didn't work. So now he's coming back to see what he can do here and force the issue. And we'll see if this opens the door for Katie to benefit from a throw or some other kind of goofy result here. But, the odds are still pretty good in Jason's favor, I think.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I don't see much of a change in that dynamic with Jason, taking North Sea, taking Romania, taking Bulgaria. It's strong turn all around. And I don't see anyone catching up.
In the spring of 1913, there was another failed draw vote. So I imagine the question on everyone's mind is who the heck is vetoing this draw? Always a fun point in every game, unless I suspect if you're Jason Massbaum, you're like, come on, guys, let's
just
end
let
this.
me have it.
Gosh. Wow. Yeah. So Jason takes Kiel, takes Sweden, takes Romania and Bulgaria. Am I right? Takes Greece,
Bulgaria, Romania, Kiel, Sweden. 5.
Whoever has not been vetoing it is trying to prove to the vetoers, would you please stop?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looks to me like anyway.
Devastating turn.
+5.
Look at that chart.
Squiggle, 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 squiggle. Whoop. Would be
Jason, I've got this sign behind me that says solo or bust. You could just take the win. It's a top board. That's good enough here.
This is a diplomatic victory, assuming he holds on here, which seems really likely. This is a diplomatic victory. Relationships. We talked about this at the very beginning of the broadcast, and it's absolutely true. Yes, you have to backstab in this game sometimes. I'm not suggesting you don't. But really, it's the building of relationships that leads to this. And sometimes it's a relationship of strong alliance, which eventually he ended up with Saren. Sometimes it's just you're building a relationship as just not being the guy that they hated. In fact, that's primarily how you win a top board.
Yeah.
And I will say, for Jason's part, this is something that he is very, very good at. Building a relationship on a board, staying one step ahead, always in the position to take advantage, but never doing it until the exact perfect moment. And you see it here, and wow.
Will we be able to live with Jason Massbaum after this? I'm not positive.
He won my tournament last year, and that was insufferable enough. So,
Well, let's hear from our sideline reporters, which what I can only imagine must be our last report. Let's find out.
All right, welcome to the 1913 sideline reports. I'm going to hand straight over to Tanya.
Yep, so the spring was pretty weird. It starts off with Nicola and Brandon going into a room. And Nicola tells Brandon, I'm going to turn around and attack Jason, then suggests that maybe Katie should be on board and the Western Triple might be back. And then, everyone starts to join the room slowly but surely. There's conversations on who vetoed the draw. Farron is adamant it's Saren. Saren's upset that other people are blaming her for it. And Nicola is then upset at Jason. And mind you, they're all in Brandenburg Gate at this moment. So it's turned into a bit of a Wilson on this phase. Nicola is, upset at Jason because he is supposed to take Sweden instead of Berlin. And then all 6 of them are together. Someone is vetoing. No one knows who it is, or multiple people might be vetoing. And they all get in a room and talk about how they can make Jason win. So this is all going on. Saren says she'll walk out of Bulgaria and Jason can have Bulgaria and rum. And total Wilson now. No one's talking individually. And that's how the spring went through. So in the fall, we have another draw vote. And then it also fails, of course. And then we get some switching up of, who's talking to who. Nicola, Saren, and Jason go off into a room together after that. And then Brandon, Katie, and Farron, they're talking tactics. They're convinced that it's Saren who's vetoing. And they're all pretty upset that Jason is putting them through this just to not, be too decisive about taking the win when he's offered the win. Nicola and Brandon get into a room and Nicola tries to tell Brandon that Katie is Nicola's problem this whole time. So he's trying to push the EG once again and is painting Katie as the target. Brandon says it's only worth attacking Katie if Jason is pushed back.
Yeah, and final thing to add here, Farron is absolutely convinced that it is Saren vetoing this draw, and she spends a good amount of the end of the phase trying to get Jason Massbaum to stab Saren. She's going, look, Saren is the person pushing forward into new dots. Saren must be the one trying to go for the win. Just stop her from doing this now and we can all stop playing this game. And she pitches that hard. And I believe Jason had arranged with Saren to back out of at least one of Romania or Bulgaria. As you can see, he did not do so. He pulls Ionian Sea back into Greece, taking another center, and then in the north goes for Kiel and Berlin, which was against what Nicola wanted. He wanted Berlin back. So making a huge play here that might just end the game. You'll know sooner than we do.
Good stuff from our sideline. Definitely want to thank Marcus and Tanya. For those of you that have not tried sideline reporting, it is intense. You are bouncing around trying to keep up with everyone else's conversations with really no more insight than what any other player might have. It's really difficult sometimes to figure out who's telling the truth to whom and to make a coherent narrative out of all of this. And Marcus and Tanya just do a fantastic job. One of the best in the business at sideline reporting. So thank you. And up on screen, we've got an event that, David, you probably are familiar with, 36th Annual DixieCon Diplomacy Tournament. Why don't you talk to us about that?
Last weekend in May, a Memorial Day weekend in the United States, we host a tournament at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. And it'll be 3 rounds, one on Friday, one on Saturday, one on Sunday, with barbecue Saturday night at 5, traditionally. And other gaming events. We have a lot of people that come and play other board games in addition to playing the diplomacy. So it'll be a great time, and looking forward to seeing everybody back after 2 years of COVID-induced virtualness, which has been fine and fun. Part of what we're doing right now is fun. But it's also fun to get to see each other, and we expect to see a lot of new faces this year at DixieCon. I hope you'll be one of them. www.dixiecon.com.
And DixieCon is the longest running tournament for a reason. Definitely check that out. It's an event for sure. All right, winter of 1913. We've had 2 failed draw votes. Someone has been vetoing. Jason Mastbaum just put down the hammer and has said, I'm playing to win. Are we going to end the game here?
It's hard to imagine it does not end here, honestly.
It should end here.
Unless somebody's just being spiteful. Which is possible. Okay. Good.
Okay. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 Diplomat of the Year, Jason Mastbaum. Congratulations, Jason. It's absolute,
well done.
Absolute dominance in the back half of this game.
It's true. It's totally true.
Well, I am going to bring onto the stream Kevin O'Kelly. Kevin has been producing this behind the scenes, really helping out. Kevin, thank you so much for everything that you've done on this broadcast. Kevin, you were there for a good portion of this game. How did Jason do it?
Well, I am also very, very, very thankful to Marcus and Tanya. I have been chatting with them as it's gone along, and I saw the beginning, missed the middle, and I said at the end, okay, what was the difference? What made the game? And a couple of comments. They said Farron not pulling into Portugal was a real game shifter, not necessarily to save her the dot, but I think someone mentioned on stream, if you're not looking to take Portugal to go fight the West, then what are you doing out there? And my perspective of, especially in the beginning of the game, is that Saren and Farron, not once, I think there was some mention of IAT at some time. It was never IAT. I and A were fighting for 12 of the 13 years. And the 13th year, they had something else to do. They never worked together all game. Not without trying. The Farron really tried. Saren was balancing a lot more. That was the frustration. And I forgot who said it, but who reported it. But Saren said, Jason's the only one that hadn't lied to me, and I hate being lied to, even if it doesn't hurt me. And I think, as Siobhan and David, you just said it, Jason built the relationship. I don't even know. We'll get him on stream and ask him if there was anything that provoked Saren attacking him. I don't think there was. I was looking at a lot of different things, so I missed a lot of it. But if that were the case, and Saren had to weigh, okay, who do I throw to? Jason got himself into the position to win, and then made that and won. So you can't congratulate him anymore.
David, you've seen a lot of games, and to me, this one stands right up there with some of the very best. What was it about this game that made it so special?
Really, really good players. And you say that at top boards almost always are full of good players. But I said this at the top of the show. You had 5 people on this game who had automatic bids. And you had the other 2 had automatic bids last year because they won tournaments or leagues last year. So you had people that were used to success, not just people that just happened to sort of mosey into the tournament. You got people that were used to being successful and used to being successful recently that really knew what they were doing. Now, there were some mistakes made. The biggest one that led immediately to what happened here was Katie not getting her orders in, which means Nikolai got into Burgundy, which conversely actually meant that Nikolai was in trouble because it enabled Jason to be able to say, all right, fine, I'm going to show everybody that this is my game. But ultimately, it wasn't that. That was only the precipitating factor. There might have been some other precipitating event. The real cause of this victory for Jason was the relationship building we've been talking about from the beginning of the game. And that's exactly why this game should be one that people should go back and watch. because that's how you actually win big time games. It's not by guessing correctly on the convoy, whether you're going to go to Clyde or Edinburgh. I mean, sometimes you can win on that. Mostly you're winning not because of some tactical guess or smart convoy or something. You're winning because you have made it so you are the one that people don't mind if you win. So way to go, Jason. Way to go, other people, for showing us a really fun game. And I also, thanks to, the sideline reports were great. And Kevin, you're producing, as always, outstanding.
Well, we are bringing the 2022 Diplomat of the Year, Jason Mastbaum, onto the stream. Jason, welcome and congratulations.
Thank you.
Siobhan, I feel like you and Jason have a special history. Why don't you lead us through our after action and help Jason tell the story of how he won the big game?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll start off with just wonderfully played game, Jason. On a tough board of players, you played this very, very well. And from your perspective, I'm really curious, what do you think really benefited you the most and got you into the position that you were able to get into?
So I did catch the last few years of the stream. So I heard, David saying at one point, like, nobody's really unhappy with Jason, right? Again, later, I think David said something along the lines of like, like they're the least of all the people they're unhappy with, they're the least unhappy with Jason. And I think that was really what I figured out was going on. And I just put my head down and stuck with it. I even flat out said to Seren and Nicola at one point while we were just hashing things out, I think that I am the person with the fewest people the least unhappy with me. So why am I going to stab either of you and make either of you unhappy with me when, hey, like, you guys are pissed off at the West is pissed off at you. Like, there might be some people pissed off with me, but you're all way more pissed off at each other than you are at me.
Yeah, but Jason, then you stabbed Nicola. So
I mean,
how'd you pull that off?
At the end, to be fair.
Okay.
So I'd like to talk a little bit kind of in this moment of the game as you start to enter mid-game. I know there were some early draw votes that failed. Things didn't look as certain for you around this point. How did you get through kind of the uncertainty of the mid-game here?
So, I mean, to be blunt, around this point in the game, like, I thought I was going to have an early day.
So did I.
Yeah, I think we all did.
It was a reasonable read on the board, right? One of the things I was worried about coming into the game was that Ed and Seren would figure it out. I think everybody saw probably earlier that I was very surprised that Germany was still available. But when the West was all taken, by the time it got to me, I said, like, I'm not sure if I want to see Ed and Seren be the RT. I'm going to take Russia, just so that can't happen. And around that fall 1904, I'm thinking, like, well, maybe this wasn't enough because they could still do an AT.
Yeah, absolutely. And so around 1905, 1906, they were doing an AT, and we all know how well Ed and Seren worked together. How did you get the dynamics of that alliance to shift so that they didn't want to work together anymore?
I honestly don't even know if I was the one who did it. I think Farron made a really good pitch to Seren, in which it happened to make sense to say, hey, Ed is always going to be here on the backside. Let's just kill him. As you see in this point in the game, Ed comes to me and says, hey, I think you're the only one who has a good reason to try to keep me alive at all. So you want Ankara? I'll convoy you straight into Ankara right now. Right? Couldn't really argue with that. Was a little bit nervous because, as you see in the Northeast, it's like, well, I should probably send Moscow to St. Pete in case Norway gets retreated to Barents. Would have felt better about what I was doing if I had sent Moscow to Sevastopol. it worked out. I lost Rum, but I still wasn't sure it was actually going to work out at this point.
Yeah, Jason, just to follow up on that, the spring 03 order of Ed going into the Ionian Sea was a deal breaker. Farron was asking, pleading. I mean, you were in those rooms where she would come in and say, so what's going on? And there would be dead silence for 30 seconds. And that was, Farron had no one to talk to. And she said to Ed, this is it. Don't attack, don't support attack. And, we can work something out. And Ed said, okay, fine, I won't. And then did it. And from that moment on, Farron wanted him dead. That was your reprieve down that way.
I think that's probably right. The fact that it just locked in that they weren't going to figure it out this game was a real lifeline for me.
Jason,
Yeah,
do you think that your play has gotten better during the virtual time of the diplomacy hobby? Because it certainly seems that way to me. Not saying you were a bad player before, but I'm not sure 3 years ago I would have said Jason's going to win this invitational.
So I caught what you said about getting lots of practice. I definitely think that's part of it. But so when I was still in DC and when I first went to my first few West Coast tournaments, right, I was like, like I'm doing better on out here on the West Coast than I do back east. I think part of it is just, part of the relationship building and diplomacy is people remember how you play. I frankly was not very good when I started. And I think there's some people back in the Northeast area who remember me back when I first joined. So I think when I started going to West Coast tournaments, I had a fresh opportunity to take the skills I'd honed back east, and apply them with people who did not have any previous preconceptions of me. And I think that's been the same thing the last few years. Like I've gotten to play with a lot of people. So on the one hand, there's the broadcast, right, which is completely different than in the past, where you actually had to be in the ballroom of the hotel to find out what happens. But it's been an opportunity again to take the skills I learned on the East Coast and apply them with a group of people who didn't really have any preconceptions about me other than the streams.
So basically what you're saying is you were a fresh prince on the East Coast. Moving to the West Coast made you a true fresh prince. You're showing East Coast stuff on the West Coast. That's a good theme. They should make that into a TV show.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
It's a little catchy, David.
Yep.
So, Jason, I'm going to wrap up my questioning right around here. This felt like a pretty big moment in the game to me as well. Spring 1910, there was a real chance you might have been pushed back here. What was going through your mind? What were your emotions like here? And what did you do to turn this around and ultimately win this game?
I mean, frankly, part of it, I was just going for broke of, if Seren and or Nicola decides that they're sick of me, I'm losing this game anyhow. So I had a good feeling that I had, made a good show in the middle of the game. Hey guys, I'm not dotting you. I'm not doing anything stupid. I'm on side. Eventually we're gonna have to figure this out, but I'm not letting the West put worms in my ear. That I'm going to start dotting you guys just because they want to break the game open. So this spot, I was supposed to keep Sweden and go to Berlin, not go to Berlin. I think it was David who got it right, where I was like, well, if Nicola could just kick me out of Sweden and then I get nothing. So I was trying to hedge my bets on, I'm not going to just not take a dot, but what can I do to show Nicola, look, I wanted a dot. I'm not trying to run it on you. He was not happy when we went into the negotiations, but long story short, I think, like trying to be as clear as I could with my moves. Like, this is just a dot. This is not a I want you dead paid off.
Yeah, that was a really smart move in retrospect, and one that I did not see when I was reading the board on the first pass. But clearly, was the right diplomatic play here. So really well done. And then just from here on, I feel like it's your game. And was there any moment where you felt like somebody else was a threat?
So on that last turn, I felt bad taking Breeze, right? I could have covered names or Tunis. Farnell wasn't defending. Nicola had to me that he wanted to not finish in France, and I felt bad about that. There have been several votes prior to this where, it wasn't going through, and you had the West trying to convince me to attack the East, right? And I'm like sitting, and there was that one turn where it's like, well, that Brandon was astonished that I asked permission to go talk to the East, right? But the reason I asked permission to go talk to the East was like, well, like, I'm doing well right now because these two don't want to attack me. So I don't, like, if they tell me no, like, it's going to make us uncomfortable for you to go talk to them. I didn't want to do it. But finally, at the end of the game there, I was like, I honestly don't know who's vetoing this draw. So I just need to take all the dots and just convince that whoever is, like, I was hoping that taking one dot here, one dot there, that I could do it without upsetting anybody. It obviously wasn't working. I finally had to just go in and say, I'm taking all the dots. If you guys aren't going to take this draw, I'm just going to go for the solo.
Jason, it was me vetoing the draw. I just wanted to see you play some more.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
It was such a great game. We've had so many good games this season on our various broadcasts, but this one ranks up there. It definitely up there with that virtual diplomacy championship game. Really, really high quality play, fantastic players competing, and every one of them trying to win. So for you to come out on top with this particular group of players is so impressive. So just want to again congratulate you, Jason, on a victory well earned.
I appreciate it. But nobody played a bad game here. It really was just like I said, I thought I could have been knocked out like 04, 05. And then once it didn't happen, it was just keeping my head down. I'm saying, like, if they're all pissed off at each other, like, let them all spread rancor with each other. I'll just keep my head down and wait for my opportunity.
Well, that will wrap up our after action and the 2022 Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational coverage. Before we close out the show, I just want to give everyone an opportunity to just talk about what the DBNI season has meant, what the DBNI tournament has meant, and what you're looking forward to for diplomacy's future. Kevin, I'm going to start with you.
Well, I'm going to start internally. First of all, we have to give recognition to our own internal, Tanya Gill. Tanya, at the end of a very, very, very long game, for which she was on a very, very, very long stream last weekend with a few folks. Marcus, I think, staying up through the night. Tanya... quiet chat. And then all of a sudden, in all caps and in about 3 lines of writing, did I win? And I told her that was her bonus for staying on the long stream. Sorry, Marcus, you get nothing. And all I got back from him was a capital F. So congratulations to Tanya. A win without winning the big one. No one got Jason. So Jason is the only winner tonight. But congratulations to Tanya. Sadly, though, our staff couldn't beat Johnny Gillum. So Johnny, we'll figure out a way to make it right for you. And congrats on being the the accurate picker of the year. So following along with that, though, the season is important, and I'll let the analysts and the better players get to play and style and things like that. I was lucky enough to have the time and to put a lot of the videos together, and the number of thank yous, and I learned this game from DBN, and I have such a good time with it, and the number of players who watch and contribute in the chat. Brian and Brandon, your creativity, and Zach's behind the scenes, but I don't get to interact as much with him because I'm on doing this with you. Just new things we're trying, new videos, getting a big thanks to Hal, who helped out with the intro and the transition today. There's so many new things we're learning with DBN that, I mean, frankly, if there's league play and tournaments, virtual tournaments, we'll still play, but DBN is the draw of it. The Invitational is certainly the high point. So I enjoy it. I know our families put up with a little sacrifice during these long weeks. So I'm looking forward to a little hibernation, but I absolutely enjoy this so much, and I'm glad to be part of the team.
Siobhan, you've had a little bit of time away. We are so grateful to have you back. What does it mean for you to be back and be part of something like this?
I mean, DBN and DBNI and everything that's been happening in diplomacy over the last couple of years has been such kind of this oasis of a blessing in such a chaotic world, because we all know what's been going on the last couple of years with the pandemic and how we've all been affected by it. And so watching a community that I've loved for many, many, many years, from the face-to-face community, come together and create community amidst all that chaos has been really amazing to watch. I mean, I don't do any of the hard work here. I just get to show up and chat with my friends about a board game that I love and have a good time. But, I just want to say to all of the players out there, it's a huge time commitment on your parts as well, especially those of you who aren't always in time zones where it's convenient. Your families and your friends make sacrifices the same so that you can give us this just fantastic entertainment. And I love talking about diplomacy, and anytime y'all want to have me on, I'm happy to do it.
Well, thank you. I think your contributions are very much appreciated and enjoyed. Really appreciate having you. Your insight's great. Your delivery is great. It's just a lot of fun. So appreciate it very much. David, moving on to you. You've been there with me in the majority of these broadcasts, and I will tell you personally, having you alongside has been one of my favorite things. I've learned so much from you and your insight into not just the gameplay, but the history of the hobby and how things impact the community that Siobhan and Kevin were talking about just is so incredibly meaningful. So just want to give you a chance to talk about what are your thoughts about diplomacy as a whole and the future of the hobby?
I appreciate those words, but that's a nice segue into what I was going to say, which is I feel like I'm a better player now myself after the last two games. And I've been playing this game since 1984, which I know that means I'm old, but what that also means is that I thought I had this game figured out in about 1987 when I won the North American Championship. I didn't know squat. As we say in the South, I didn't know by behind from a hole in the ground. Based on what I now know from watching this game, not just in the 90s, not just in the 2000s, not just 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I thought I had this game figured out. I did not. 3 years ago, I thought I had this game figured out. I was wrong, because I have learned a lot from watching DBN, watching other people play. We've just never had this opportunity before to see other people play in this kind of detail and in this volume. People from all over the place, people with different theories. And I know I've said tonight a couple of times, that's not the way I would have played such and such, which is fine. People can play different ways, and we all learn from the way each other play. And I think that's what I'm most thankful for, is that this is an opportunity for all of us to get better as players, and thus all of us get better as a diplomacy hobby. We've had diplomacy theorists, we've had writers, we've had strategy and tactics articles, we've had all sorts of things. This is new. This is different. This is amazing. This is awesome. And by the way, this is because you, Brian, Brandon Fogel, and Zachary Moore had a dream, which you then made reality. You took a crappy pandemic and put the silver lining in that cloud here for DBN, and we are all benefiting from it. And so thank you very much.
Well, thank you. That really was the goal when we set out on this endeavor. And I know I've said it before, but I continue to just be amazed at where this has gone. We started out trying to just find a way to keep in touch with the community that we loved and talk about some diplomacy. And it's turned into this tournament that celebrates bringing other tournament winners together and brings the world's best players from every single format in every single way to play diplomacy into one event, and gives us all the opportunity to see and watch the perspectives and opinions and ideas from players across the globe. It's just been a delight for me as a fan of this game and as a lifelong learner of this game. Like you, David, I've been playing since the 1980s as well. I've been playing almost 30 years, and every single broadcast, there's something new that I learned. And I think the highlight of the season for me this year has been that when we reached the top, when we got to our final 7, first of all, I don't think anyone could say that this top 7 was not deserving. I genuinely think this is the most talented top 7 that's probably ever been put together on a diplomacy board in history. And we saw such a diversity in play styles in both how they arrived to get to the top, and then when they got to the top, we still continued to see players playing their own game. I was shaking my head watching Nicola's decisions on going back and forth and slow playing Germany. But at the end, Nicola had a very real chance at winning this game. It was unreal to me. And to watch that style not just be displayed, but then to have a chance at succeeding, bringing new ideas, new blood, and we all get to analyze that and learn from it. That's what makes DBN so exciting to me. And I am just extremely grateful to each of you for playing your part and making this happen. And I do just want to take a minute and just read through the names of some of the folks who have been involved with the broadcast this season. We've got Adam Siegel. We've got Karthik Konath. Tanya Gill, obviously, we just saw on the stream. Tornado Tommy has been behind the scenes helping out with some of our statistics. We've got Nicola Sahuge, Zachary Moore, Brandon Fogel, of course, one of the founders and just a delightful human being. Chris Brand, Corey Nesland, Hal Schild joining our team, spicing up our videos. Andrew Goff, Marcus Zilstra, Riaz Varani, Saren Kwok, and Wes Ketchum and Adam Silverman. Those are just some of the names that have contributed. We've had players helping out behind the scenes as well. I know we've had Sabia Huja and several other players helped edit videos. It's just been a community that has come together around a hobby that we love, and we would not be here without the community. And Dip Chat coming to life. That's a huge part of this. We've created something almost entirely by accident that is one of the greatest communities in all of board gaming, in my opinion. And I think it's bigger than a board game, and it's about the people and the community. And I'm just grateful to be part of it. So thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity. This has been an honor to call this game. Congratulations again to Jason Massbaum, our 2022 Diplomat of the Year, winner of the Calamar Cup. And guess what, guys? We get to do this again in just a couple of weeks. We've got League Night starting up in March. So the 2022 season is right around the corner. buckle your seatbelts. If we have half as much fun as we did this year, it's going to be a fantastic one. So thank you all for joining this stream. Really, really genuinely appreciate you being on. Siobhan, would you like to help close us out?
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, thank you all for having me back, and I'm glad to be back on stream. But to the rest of you, to everyone in chat, stay safe and stab well.